All right, good evening, everyone. This is the September 12th, 2024 Town of Fishkill Planning Board meeting, and the meeting is called to order at 7 p.m. Would you all please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everyone, for coming. Just a couple of the usual reminders. Please silence your cell phones so that it won't disturb people in the room. And speak into the microphone so the audience and people at home can hear what we're saying. Tonight we have all 7 voting members present, so we have more than enough for a quorum. And they're all actually here on time. Welcome, board members. So we have a public hearing tonight. It's actually 2 combined public hearings, and I'll read it for the record. At 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. And by the way, this is the Fishkill Self-Storage, 1292 Route 9D, Draft Environmental Impact Statement, and Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Concurrent public hearings are being held by the board to solicit public comment on the Draft Environmental Impact Statement, prepared by the applicant, and Site Development Plan approval and Special Use Permit approval for the project known as Fishkill Self-Storage. The parcel for this project is identified as tax map parcel 595504882288, located at 1292 New York State Route 9D in the restricted business RB zoning district. Parcel consists of 4.7 acres. The proposed action is the construction of a 2-story, 51,500 square foot, 27,250 square foot footprint self-storage facility. The owner of the property and also the applicant, 1292 Realty LLC, has requested a determination by the planning board citing the code of the town of Fishkill, Chapter 150, Section 150-19B, to permit a self-storage facility in the restricted business RB zoning district and to obtain site development plan and special use permit approvals. The need for the determination under 150-19B is related to the fact that among the numerous uses permitted as principal or as special permit uses in the RB zoning district, self-storage is not permitted. The applicant has also submitted applications, materials, and plans, and a DEIS for the special use permit and site development plan approvals for the proposed self-storage use. The planning board, acting as lead agency, determined on August 17th, 2023, that the proposed action has the potential to result in one or more significant environmental impacts requiring the preparation of an environmental impact statement, or EIS. The planning board determined on July 11th, 2024, that the DEIS is adequate with respect to its scope and content for the purpose of commencing public and agency review, and filed a notice of completion of the DEIS as required by the SEQA regulations. Documentation related to the application can be viewed in the planning department at the Town of Fishkill Town Hall, 807 Route 52, Fishkill, New York, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. A copy of the DEIS is available for viewing in the planning department and can be accessed on the town's website. Comments in writing will be accepted until Monday, September 23rd, 2024 by 2 p.m. to the attention of Jonathan Cantor, Planning Board Chair, at the Town of Fishkill, 807 Route 52, Fishkill, New York, 12524. Is there a motion to open these concurrent public hearings?
So moved.
Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Public hearing is open by a vote of 7-0. Let me start off by asking our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, if you would like to make any comments on any aspects of the hearing.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So this is the public's opportunity to comment on the draft environmental impact statement that's been prepared by the applicant for this self-storage project. Thank you. And so all the comments that are made by the public tonight and/or in writing will have to be addressed by the applicant in writing in what's called a final environmental impact statement. The purpose of tonight's session is to take those public comments. It is not necessarily intended to be a question and answer period tonight. It is more intended to provide a record of your comments and concerns so that those comments and concerns can be identified and addressed in writing to the planning board, and a draft response to those comments will also have to be prepared, and will have to be prepared in full satisfaction of the planning board as part of that final environmental impact statement, which will come later in this process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and Liz Axelson is our planner from CPL. Liz, would you like to very briefly summarize the memo that you provided to the board?
I don't want to go over the steps that have already occurred because we've already discussed that. So the planning board's continuing review is going to involve, and I'm going to summarize, that after receiving public comments tonight, the board will likely close the DEIS public hearing, although that's not absolutely definite, and indicate that the DEIS comment period would be closed, as Dominic said, on Monday, September 23, and then all those comments received would be taken by the applicants to prepare a final draft environmental impact statement. And then later in the process, the draft final environmental impact statement will be submitted to the planning board, and that will be reviewed according to each of the comments that are determined to be in need of a response. So the final environmental impact statement will cover all of those, hopefully. And so the review in the next phase, once a final environmental impact statement is submitted as a draft, would be to see whether or not that final environmental impact statement is complete according to providing adequate responses to each of the public comments and agency comments, either written or at this hearing. So that's the next phase. I don't know if you want me to go any further. I think that gets...
I think that's good.
Okay.
We can have some more discussion later after the hearing. Well, the applicant is here tonight, welcome, and has prepared a PowerPoint presentation for in part for the benefit of the public. So we'd like you to give that presentation. We'd appreciate it if you can keep it to between 10 and 15 minutes. I've seen it, and I think it's going to be very helpful, especially for the public to view it. So take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy & Fader on behalf of the applicant. Tonight I'm joined by our traffic consultant, Rich D'Andrea of Collier's Engineering. We're also joined by Peter Wintermantle, who's the project architect, and Larry Paggi is our our engineer. We have some other members of the team tonight who are here to answer any questions if needed. As the chairman stated, we are before you for the continued environmental review as part of the seeker process, as well as the public hearing. We're discussing the applicant's proposed passive, low-impact, two-story self-storage facility, which complements the project. This use is being pursued, as the chairman mentioned, pursuant to Section 150-19B. Understanding that we've been asked to be brief in our presentation tonight, notwithstanding the significant amount, of course, that's in our EIS and all the details included, which fully document how this project will not have any significant adverse environmental impacts. In just a moment, I'll turn to our project planner, who will review the slideshow that you mentioned, Mr. Chairman. Before I do so, I did just want to focus in on a second on the matter that is presently before this board, which is the proposed self-storage facility is substantially similar and not greater intensity than other uses permitted in the RV district. As you know, the applicant's position has long been that this process before the board is first to render a determination regarding that use before the applicant proceeds to a special permit review Typically, these determinations are tantamount to a building inspector determination or a type 2 classification in accordance with seeker. So while the board could withdraw its positive declaration, as the applicant did submit this was a type 2 action, as is evidenced in our DEIS and the voluminous submissions and reports and studies that have been prepared for your board, the low impact self-storage use is substantially similar and less intense than other existing uses in the RB district. Indeed, for the benefit of the board and of course for the public that are here this evening, in support of our use determination with support from the building inspector in meeting the letter of section 150-19B, the certain thresholds, we refer you to the building inspector's determination that was recently rendered, dated July 23rd and signed September 6th, which just provides in relevant part, the restricted business district, and these are quotes, has several permitted uses which would cause much more impact in the location than the proposed self-storage facility. Chapter 159B, 1C, and D also would allow significant changes in traffic to flow in 9D in an area that has been an existing issue for several years. The amount of traffic in and out of the self-storage facility would have the least impact of all the uses allowed, which in turn would lessen the adverse impacts on health, safety, and welfare of the residents. And all of the above would make the use consistent with the stated purpose of the district. So that is the input from the building inspector regarding the application before you. Now, while I think it would be appropriate for the team to be able to fully detail the proposed action, maybe not all the way back to the days when the grass was still green, the pond was still wet, and the clouds were still clean, as I turn it over to Aaron and the team will review the highlights of the DEIS for the benefit of the public, it's important to note that the standard before you this evening is not what use is preferred on the property. That's not the standard that's on review. To that end, our DEIS reviews certain alternatives, including an alternatives analysis that was developed with what we understood was support from neighbors, including those along Van Ness, that involved 2 site visits to the site with neighbors to discuss the application, including alternatives setting it back further from those properties. At the end of the day, there are just a few sections in the town of Fishkill, 4 in fact, and only a handful of properties that are presently classified in the RB district, which the present property is classified. Those properties abut single-family residential districts in the same way this application does. Only while the instant property is surrounded by interstates and state highways on 3 of 4 sides, and most of those other properties are more intensely developed, such as right across I-84, the 90-unit Horizons at Fishkill development, the Wingate at Dutchess, which is a 160-bed rehab facility, the 9D self-storage, which is not in the RB district, but it immediately adjoins residential uses, and Dutchess Manor, a matter that might even be on your agenda later this evening. Of course, we're also immediately to the west of the Fishkill Correctional Facility. With that, the seeker process, of course, does not end the review of this project. We'll still be before you for the special permit components and other details to review in accordance with your town's standards. So with that background and understanding, trying to be brevity here, I will turn to Aaron Werner of AKRF to walk you through our slideshow. Thank you.
Okay, and just one quick thing before Aaron starts. I just wanted to clarify and make sure that the public and the board members are fully aware that the memo we received from Joel Petrus, the town's building inspector and zoning administrator, is strictly input and an advisory opinion. It's not a determination, it's not an interpretation, and that comes directly from section 150-19B of the town code. So on that note, please go on.
Good evening, I'm Aaron Werner from AKRF. We prepared the DEIS. As Taylor mentioned, we're joined by other consultants that worked on this. I understand that you want this to be a little abbreviated, so I will try to focus on the land use chapter and the traffic chapter, because we do have Colliers here to talk about traffic. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. I think we're all familiar with where the site is at this point, and the proposed actions that the planning board has to approve, as Taylor mentioned, the 150-19B determination, which the building inspector input has been provided on. So I'll just start with the DEIS contents, right? So pursuant to the scope that was adopted by this board, we have a land use analysis, we have consistency with community character, we have an aesthetic resources assessment, which includes 7 vantage points that we considered, including detailed simulations from 4 of them. We looked at open space and recreation due to the Trail of Two Cities, which is right along the frontage of the site. We have a detailed traffic study with 7 intersections. We looked at driver behaviors as well, based on the fact that this is a right-in, right-out driveway. We also analyzed crash data going back several years, and there's some improvements identified in that traffic study that Rich will talk about. Also, we have 5 alternatives that were including the no action, a single-family home alternative, an alternative layout which pushed the building north, further away from Van Ness. An alternate layout with a smaller facility, which is basically the previous alternative, but a smaller building, and a hotel alternative as well. So on the land use and zoning side, we have an aerial shot here just of the general study area, of the land use study area, which was about a quarter mile pursuant to the EIS. Here you can see that we have several RB properties to the north, including the Horizons at Fishkill housing project. There's, as well as a rehabilitation facility, there's single-family residential R15, which is the same zoning as the Van Ness neighborhood to the south. There is a 9D easy storage site, which is GB, but it's right up against R15s, and it actually doesn't provide nearly as much screening as this project is going to have as well, I should note. So for the RB district, several as-of-right uses, including residential, community, religious, institutional uses, private schools, nurseries, libraries, hospitals, healthcare facilities, designated multiple use developments, conversions of buildings for residential use, as well as offices for medical purposes, architects, engineers, etc. Those are all as of right in the RB district as principal permitted uses. There's also several uses in the RB that are subject to special use permits. That includes motels, hotels, resorts, recreation and cultural activities, professional offices, and congregate care facilities as well. As you mentioned, the RB does not specifically list self-storage as primary or specially permitted use, but there is that provision of the code, 15019B, that states that a use can be permitted by special permit if it is determined by the planning board with input from the building inspector that the use is substantially similar to those other uses listed as permitted in the district and is consistent with the stated purpose of the district. That input was received, and it's pretty much in line with everything that our arguments make in the DEIS as well. I'm going to talk about each one of these, A through D of 15019B. I'll try to be brief, but I wanted to run through them because I feel they're important. A deals with comprehensive plan consistency. B talks about the stated intent of the district. C is about the not adversely affecting public health, safety, and general welfare of residents. And D is the meatiest part of our analysis in the DEIS, which deals with the use shall share characteristics in common with and not be of greater intensity, density, or generate more environmental impact, including but not limited to having no greater adverse effects on traffic, noise, air quality, parking, or any other reasonably relevant attribute. So with regard to A, we have a very lengthy discussion about this in the EIS, but I just wanted to highlight a few pieces of the comprehensive plan that we feel are consistent with our proposal, including the statement and goal about pursuing additional improvements to encourage safety and convenience for pedestrians. In this case, when the highway work permit is going to be pursued for the driveway, should this be approved, there will be sidewalk improvements. There will be possibly an extra right turn lane onto 84 being offered by the applicant as well. Those are all safety improvements that should benefit not only pedestrians but folks in vehicles as well. This won't have excessive off-street parking. We're actually proposing to reduce the parking through a waiver based on ITE generated rates for self-storage facilities and other comparable self-storage facilities in town. This use would preserve and enhance the existing rural community and scenic character of the gateway based on the fact that you'll barely see the building. It's going to be 200 feet away from 9D with a very robust evergreen screening program along 9D that would replace what's there now, which is similar in that it's a forested frontage. We're preserving as many trees as we can. Obviously, we're planting a lot of new trees as the landscaping plan shows, and our renderings will show as well. With regard to the stated purpose and intent, the RB district the purpose of it is to include residential uses in a non-residential zone with limited business, institutional, and recreational uses which are appropriate adjacent to residential areas. So we make the case in our EIS that self-storage is a very limited business use, and it's appropriate to be adjacent to residential uses. It occurs in that situation all over town. There's other self-storage uses that are adjacent to R15 zones, which is what's happening here. There's 3 other RB zones in the area that exhibit similar characteristics, as Taylor mentioned earlier. We have those detailed in the EIS. I don't have slides of those here, but I encourage you to look at that. And also, self-storage is a less intense use than most all the uses permitted in this district. With regard to public health, safety, and general welfare. The intent of this finding is whether or not the proposed use could adversely impact those things. Self-storage is a passive use, low activity, low impact when compared to other uses that are permitted, like a private school, hospital, nursing home, medical clinic, or by special use, like a hotel. Very minimal traffic generated by self-storage uses is under 10 trips in a peak hour, as our study shows. We are going to have pedestrian safety improvements pursuant to the DOT permitting process. We have a very robust landscaping plan. Limited hours of operation here. It's not like a restaurant or hotel, which is another use that could happen here. It's only 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's not an all-night use. It's a very quiet use. It's really not going to impact public health, safety, and welfare. Your building inspector agreed. And lastly, this is the section D about the environmental attributes. This, again, was the most robust section of our chapter in the EIS. To cover this, we created a very large table, 2.2-3, which provides a comparative analysis of the project against all these other uses. I'm going to just bring up one page of it. It's 6 pages long. It's going to be hard to read, but just so you know, the left side are all the different uses that the RB district allows, including motels, hotels, recreation, and cultural uses. In this case, a restaurant's listed here as well. And on the top, along the top of this table are all the different environmental attributes: traffic, parking, historic resources, noise, air quality, etc. Just to touch on a few of these, for example, highlighting the first two, if you take a look at for a hotel and restaurant, way more traffic trips, a lot more parking. These are also noisier uses than self-storage use, which would have limited hours and limited activity. Less traffic means less mobile source emissions for air quality, less odors from a restaurant cooking, etc. A lot less water and sewer demand. There's one office included in this building for employees. Very low water generator. I'm going to quickly go through the visual renderings. We did look at 7 different vantage points pursuant to the scope. We only ended up doing detailed renderings and simulations for 4 of those because those were the views that were where the site would be visible, frankly. That's 9D at the trail of 9D/the Trail of Two Cities, which is, they double, it's the same thing. Facing east, we have a location on 90 north of Van Ness Road, also facing north and east. So these are those are the 2 main views, and there's 4 different photographic simulations from those. Before I get into that, just a quick summary of what's happening with the site as far as vegetative cover. I wanted to bring this up. The red circle is currently what's cleared on the site. It's about 2.36 acres. The green is what is proposed to be removed. It's about 1.48 acres. And the yellow area is all the green space that will be left along the perimeter, in addition to our landscaping program. So this is vantage point 13. It's at the point where the bridge comes off of the sidewalk comes off the bridge at 90 and at the bridge entrance. This is facing east and south, and this is a leaf-off condition. Here you can see the plantings. On the right is the proposed, the left side is the existing. This is on the right side, you see the plantings at at install height. And then if I move up one ahead, you can see the building also behind the trees. Not very visible, but it's there. With full growth, those trees get pretty tall in front. Those are green giant arborvitae, quite a lot of them. Similar view from just a little bit more south, looking north/east. Again, the building's there. When we add in the 5-year growth in those plantings, it's not visible. This is a straight-on view of the site. As you can see, the building is, since the building is north-south oriented, it's shorter on its south facade than it is on the east and west. So it's a very limited view that you'll see as you're standing right in front of the site. Again, it's 200 feet away from the right-of-way. Install height, 5-year growth. We also included this aerial view at the request of the board as part of our completeness review. Again, this shows the separation from 9D, the existing vegetation buffer that's going to remain between the site and the residences to the south, plus all that new landscaping that we're proposing. We have the lighting plan here as well. It shows that there are very minimal lighting spillage off of the building. There's one light pole at the entrance, plus some sconce lighting along the building. It doesn't go past the roadway. For open space, I just wanted to touch on this. We did have, because of the fact that the Trail of Two Cities doubles as a sidewalk throughout Beacon, as you can see this yellow line, it's a very long stretch of urban trail. Basically, with the renderings that we showed in the previous slides, we don't think this is an impact to anyone using this resource. It's no different than if you're walking on it throughout Beacon. A commercial building along this is not something new. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Rich to touch on traffic.
Good evening, Rich D'Andrea, Colliers Engineering and Design. So I'll just run through our traffic analysis that was included in the DEIS. As you can see on the slide, we had 7 intersections that we looked at along Route 9D, starting at Giapardi Place at the north end, going down south to Verplank in the city of Beacon. We looked at 3 different peak hour time periods, weekday AM, PM, and Saturday peak hours. There was data collection outside those peak hours to kind of determine what those were, but those were the peak hours that we had identified. Our data collection included included all traffic, not just passenger cars, but trucks, pedestrians, bicycles. That was all taken into account in our data collection and our analysis. Our data collection also included detailed field measurements of all the intersections as requested as part of the scope. Intersection diagrams were included in our traffic study as well to detail what those were. A detailed analysis of the existing conditions of traffic operations was included, and I'll get into that a little bit later as I go through this. One of the big things that we did do was a crash analysis for the entire corridor. That crash analysis included really a 16-plus year time period between January 1, 2007 and March 2023. Many of the intersections were found to experience crashes at a similar rate to statewide averages, which is how we compare crashes at intersections. But it is noted that there are several locations where queuing along 9D does result in some difficulties exiting side roads, especially at unsignalized locations, resulting in some higher accident rates at some of those locations. We then projected our existing traffic volumes to a design year 2027. And as part of that, we included just general background growth, as well as the inclusion of 10 other projects that are known in the area that will generate significant traffic through this corridor. Some of those being in the city of Beacon, as well as in the town of Fishkill. After that, we looked at what is this site actually going to generate. And I know we've talked about this before, but it's generally a very low generating traffic use. We're looking at less than 10 trips total during any of the peak hours. We broke that down by both passenger cars and trucks. The trucks that we're looking at here primarily are kind of your rental moving trucks, right? So when we look at our analysis, a 30-foot box truck is probably the biggest thing that we're looking at. Typically, moving trucks are smaller than that, with 20-foot and smaller. But that's the biggest size truck that you're typically looking at here. And as part of the analysis, we looked at what are the arrival and departure distributions, and how do we assign our traffic to the roadway network. So what you can see on here is our arrival and departure distribution figures from the traffic study. These take into account the fact that the driveway will be, as dictated by New York State DOT, a right in, right out only driveway. And how are people going to get to and from the site? If they're coming from the north getting in, they would have to make a U-turn somewhere and get back to the site. Or if they're departing to the south, again, they would have to travel north, turn around and come back somehow. So that is taken into account here, and I'll get into that a little bit in another slide. As far as our traffic analysis, so this table just kind of summarizes what our traffic analysis shows. Again, the 10 trips that we're generating in the peak hours is very low. It's almost insignificant compared to the traffic that's on 9D today. When you look at how that impacts the intersections that are along that corridor, you'll see that there's very minimal increases in delay. Some of these intersections are operating at poor levels of service today, but our increases, if there are any, are minimal. We're talking about tenths of a second in average delay for vehicles at these intersections. So one of our tasks was to really take a hard look at the arrival and departure routes of how you would get into and out of these sites and how trucks would also circulate through here. We looked at several different routes, so this is the figure on the right is showing our arrival routes. We looked at kind of using Verplank Avenue as the left turn where it's a signalized intersection, coming back through some of the local roads along Dutchess Terrace there, using possibly Rock Hill, Barrett Place, Talbot as options. So those were our primary routes on the arrival for people that would have to that would be coming from the north. And on the departure routes, it's kind of similar. You're leaving from the site, have to return to the south. How would you do that? Geoparty Place and Dogwood Lane are kind of the two options there. And we showed how on the left there's more in the study, but how the trucks would make those maneuvers. And all of those showed that there would be no issues with trucks making those maneuvers.
Well, just a quick update here. You're past 15 minutes already, so can you wrap it up?
This is my last slide.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
And just to summarize, again, it's a very low traffic generating use. There are some recommendations that we did make. One was traffic signal timing modifications at 9D and Verplank, not really related to this use, but just the general traffic in the area. There's some traffic signal timing modifications that have been recommended there. We did note that Van Ness Road is an issue with accidents and delays coming in and out of there. It's not an ideal location for U-turns. One of the things we're recommending is posting no U-turn signs at that location to prevent people from making those maneuvers. And then obviously, it was mentioned, we'll have to go to DOT for a highway work permit. The driveway will be a right turn in, right out, but it will also have all accommodations to maintain pedestrian flow along 9D on that side of the road where there's an existing sidewalk, make sure that's safe through the driveway. And that there is the potential for the accommodation of a future right turn lane onto 84 as well as part of this that has been considered as well. So I don't know if there's anything else you want to wrap up with.
Yeah. Thanks, Rick. So I do have a bunch of slides on alternatives, but I know that we're short for time. The alternative layout is important to know. It's just basically the same site plan, but shifted to the north, as I mentioned. It provides a little more buffer between the building and the south. We do have, and also a hotel, which is obviously a much more intense use. This is all part of the record, so I encourage anyone to take a look at the slides when you get a chance. We do have the rest of the team here, the architect, the engineer, the landscape architect, to answer questions if needed. The next steps, I did have the input from the building inspector. That already happened. So obviously we're here to listen to comments. We'll put together the FEIS. Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I think that was very helpful. All right. We will get to public comments right away. I'm just going to read our rules of conduct for public hearings. Speakers are asked to come to the podium and identify themselves so that their name may be entered into the record. Speakers are limited to one turn at the microphone. Speakers are limited to no more than 4 minutes. There will be a warning when there is 1 minute left. And I'm asking our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, to keep track of the 4-minute time limit and to provide a warning to speakers when 1 minute is left. Speakers should provide only new or different information. Repetitive comments are not helpful, either previously during the meeting or at prior meetings. Those kind of repetitive comments are discouraged. Speakers are encouraged to submit their comments in writing, which we've already received some, so that they can summarize comments during these hearings. Comments are limited to matters involving the business before the board, that is the particular application under review at these hearings. Verbal interruption, shouting, or other outbursts or obscene language are prohibited. No speaker shall make any personal attacks on anyone. If a person continues to interrupt after the chair has asked them to stop, they will be asked to leave and may be escorted from the meeting room if necessary. Please address your comments or questions to the board and not to other members of the audience, and remember to speak clearly into the microphone. So, please raise your hand if you would like to speak. When recognized, please come up to the podium and give us your name and address. All right, I see one right over there. Why don't you come up? Yeah, I see several hands, but I'm asking this woman to come up to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Kraft. I live in the city of Beacon. As a city of Beacon resident who passes this location daily, I know firsthand this will impact my quality of life and that of my fellow neighbors. Untrained rental truck drivers will only further impact the vast congestion, and weaving in and out of side streets to turn around is a personal attack on the quality of life of all Fishkill and City of Beacon residents. Proposing a future right lane out onto Route 84 is pressing in a new expressway to the highway. Contrary to what was shared today by the applicant's representatives, I believe this project will have a negative impact at this location. The traffic at this location is horrendous. This started over 2 years ago. It's only gotten worse, with daily accidents right there. This project must be evaluated as a single project and not based on the outlaying larger projects in the area. Just because other large projects pass through the town of Fishkill boards does not make this acceptable. The last statement that a commercial unit along this intersection is now not something new. Adding more traffic and more light pollution is only piling on more bad development. Follow your own town code stating self-storage is not permitted on this parcel. Keep in mind the recent large fire in Wappinger Falls at the storage facility right off Route 9. That could have been a toxic fireball to that community. These owners have no way to regulate what is stored in these units. I have been following this since its inception, as well as attending the previous public hearings and town meetings. I am still saying, please do not. A hotel's not a great idea there either, but let's fight one thing at a time. Please say no to this unit. Bye.
Thank you. All right, who else would like to speak? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Sorensen. I'm from 10 Van Ness Road. My backyard directly adjoins the property we're speaking about tonight. And one of the things I wanted to bring up was that I do not believe that this self-storage unit would create or enhance a welcoming gateway to the town of Fishkill. The other concern I have is that this behemoth of a building, should it fail, because there are a lot of self-storage units in the area that are not full to capacity, if this thing fails, we will have another huge building in the town of Fishkill that will sit there, and what are we going to do with this thing? Is it just going to sit and decay in our backyards? Because from what I hear, we're kind of limited as to what can go in there and what's going to go into a 52,000 square foot two-story self-storage unit if the business fails. The other reason why it's not going to create a bucolic setting for the town of Fishkill is that we have a real problem at the intersections of I-84 and 9D, where we have daily beggars, panhandlers, vagabonds, whatever you want to call them. They're there all the time. It's not a pretty sight. It's not a welcoming sight to the town of Fishkill, but we've been having more problems, especially over this past summer, with several of them finding their way onto this property, and they camp there, they loiter there, they party there, they drink there, whatever they're doing back there. Having this building there with loading docks, doorways, enticing giant dumpsters full of neat things could bring them all over to that site for a warm doorway at night or to go through the garbage bins or whatever. We on Van Ness Road have a reasonable expectation of public safety, privacy, and peace of mind, which I just do not feel that this building is going to provide for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else? Yes, come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Lola McCrae Ariel. I live at 2 Van Ness Road, which is at the corner of 90 and Van Ness. I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I did submit a written statement earlier today. I'm just going to summarize some points that haven't been covered. When the applicant's lawyers tonight assessed that a self-storage facility is the lowest impact possibility for this site, they're neglecting the fact that this was a residential property prior to the applicant purchasing it and taking down the lovely house that was there. So it is not the lowest impact option. If it stays as a residential property for which it's zoned, that would actually have the least impact on the traffic in the area. So I'm just not convinced by the argument that this proposal is better than something worse. They're not convincing me that this is better than what is there right now. And sorry, I just wanted to talk briefly. I don't want to go over time. So one of the biggest concerns regarding this application is traffic. It's known that this corridor is considered dangerous. If you refer to the Moving Dutchess Forward website, the intersection of 90 and 84 is considered dangerous for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. It's deemed a high congestion segment in a high crash area. I personally have noticed an increase in crashes in the past, well, every summer, but in the past few weeks. The residents of Van Ness Road don't need to read the comprehensive plan or the Moving Dutchess Forward research on this, as we all know firsthand how dangerous this corridor is from firsthand experience. As many of you know, there was a horrific accident in April 2024 where a car, at this intersection, where a car ended up crashing into my property, and thankfully no one was hurt, but in my opinion that was by luck and not design. From the traffic impact study submitted by the applicant, you can see they analyzed 7 intersections in the area, and as we heard in the presentation earlier, they said most of these have an average crash rate for the type of intersection. But to be clear, 3 of these intersections have a higher than average crash rate for the type of intersection, including 90 and Rock Hill Road. The crash rate is approximately 45% higher than the statewide average for similar type accidents. 90 in Verplank, the crash rate is 45% higher as well, and 90 and 84 westbound is approximately 25% higher. So this business will utilize a right-in, right-out access method due to the proximity of the driveway to eastbound 84. And given that most of these vehicles entering and exiting this facility will be rented moving trucks driven by drivers with little to no experience operating these vehicles, we have a concern that increased traffic this way will just contribute further to the dangerousness of this intersection. And you saw in the presentation today that their solution is asking customers to just drive down to Verplank, make a left, and drive through these residential streets. Personally, I don't know anyone I know a lot of people on these streets, and I don't expect them to want an increase of 5 moving trucks a day driving through these narrow streets. So
Excuse me, I'm sorry, ma'am, just 1 minute warning.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I feel that the infrastructure in this corridor is not suitable for the amount of traffic that this business requires, even if it is a lower amount of traffic than other possible businesses, and rerouting their customers' trucks and cars through the residential streets is just not viable, and it doesn't provide a safe, quality of life for the residential area. So I don't believe, based on traffic, that this application meets the criterion C of the special use permit. And if I have one more second, for criterion A regarding the comprehensive use plan, I strongly feel that this application does not address or meet any of the 11 goals of the comprehensive plan of Fishkill, nor the major concerns voiced by the residents of Fishkill in the survey that's included in the comprehensive plan. Their main concerns were loss of green space, overdevelopment, and traffic safety and congestion. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have your letter, so that's been entered into the record. Who else would like to speak tonight? Yep, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Festa, and I reside at 15 Van Ness Road. And I'm grateful to my neighbors for mentioning the fire in the storage facility in Wappingers, as well as the potential issue for homeless individuals to find the tragedy of homelessness and finding a place to stay there. The proliferation of self-storage facilities is problematic, and I'd just like to read you a few little excerpts from a fascinating article that I read about the dark side of the self-storage industry, meth labs, poverty, and homelessness. This was written in Jersey Digs, which is a publication about New Jersey real estate. And one item that the author addresses is this tragic situation of homeless people living in self-storage units. And the author states that it's unknown how many of the nation's 600,000 homeless have ever lived in a self-storage unit, but went on to state that Sparefoot, which is a blog about the self-storage industry, surveyed 41 shelters to confirm that it definitely isn't heard of, quote. The author continues that we could have guessed that merely by counting the corpses that have been found in places like Simply Storage in Lafayette, Indiana. Alarmingly, the piece continues, a number of those deaths occurred while narcotics were being manufactured inside self-storage units. A Nashville man who was running a meth lab inside a CubeSmart died when it caught fire, a widely known hazard of the production process. In support of his article, the author cited Joseph Mazuka, who is the CEO of the Meth Lab Cleanup Company, who said that meth production in these units is very common. Mazuka stated that, quote, he would find drug labs at storage units at least once a month when the epidemic was at its worst. The last thing our residential community needs is some hopped-up meth head roaming Van Ness looking for the money they need for their next fix. The reason, Mazuka explains, is that law enforcement can repossess a home where drugs are being cooked up. They don't want to worry about losing their house when they get caught, so they go to a hotel room or rent a storage unit. Is this what we want on one of our important gateways to the community? Part of the problem is, quote, understaffed facilities usually operated by one employee per shift, and this contributes to illegal activity that slips by simply on human error. A reason that a blind eye is cast to homeless individuals is that people simply feel sorry for those who have no homes and need a place to live. The author continues to point out that, quote, a self-storage industry moves closer to population centers and communities are pushing back. The residents of Fishkill are no exception. The planning board should deny this application for a special use permit and protect our community from the scourge of illegal drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to come up and speak tonight? Come on up.
Hello, I'm Lynn Freehill May. My husband, Matt May, and I live at 18 Van Ness Road. I just want to say America clearly has a growing problem with stuff, and the proliferation of self-storage units certainly speaks to that. But they're certainly not all full, but there are many, many of them. There's also, and they raise a lot of issues from drug storage, especially along major highways, which we will be along a major highway here, that more so than on a side road, that's going to be a huge issue. And to illegally housing people, we know that there are people in need of shelter who already tend to congregate right there. So already you have huge potential issues there. Then we have, you know, a local businessman who bought an exceedingly difficult lot to develop, a residential lot, tempting because of its location, but a nightmare to sanely and safely conduct traffic out of. I would argue that the town of Fishkill does not need to pay the toll for either of those issues. Neither should the neighbors on Van Ness Road, the near neighbors. We would face a number of issues, many of which have not even been touched on yet. The fact that this is a former wetland, flooding is already terrible in all of our backyards. It's only going to get worse due to climate change, and developing this lot in a major way and removing some of that absorbent woodland is only going to make that worse. Removing 1.5 acres of woodland, which is already habitat for coyotes, bears that have been seen on our street, raccoons, possums, groundhogs, squirrels, frogs, spring peepers. Where is the, you know, when you encroach on habitat, where is it going to go? It doesn't just go away. It comes into spaces where it's trying to coexist with humans, and disease becomes a problem. That's how they think pandemics begin. So I just want to say that's a lot of woodland to remove as an environmental issue. And then when we talk about public health, welfare, and safety, the sketchier uses that these type of facilities attract are among those. Also, in terms of public health, welfare, and safety, the higher accident volumes that were referred to at some non-signalized locations, that speaks directly to what our street is, and a no U-turn sign is not going to cut it. That is not going to be obeyed, and it's just going to cause more problems. When you tell drivers they can't do something, they just find a more creative way to do it, which will be driving down our street. So lots of negative impacts that are not properly addressed in the environmental assessment. And it will also have an impact on hundreds of thousands of other people who see this as a community gateway. Those cars who are traveling along an already traffic challenged route on 9D, as well as passing the Beacon Fishkill corridor and forming an impression of the area on I-84, informing an impression either of it as a natural respite from suburban sprawl or as a visually cluttered mess of cheap and tacky development.
That would be pardon me, it's a 1-minute warning.
Okay, perfect. We know that Fishkill's comprehensive plan speaks to those top issues that are raised in surveys about the town: overdevelopment, traffic congestion, and lack of green space. I just want to thank you, the planning board, for being mindful of the offerings that our area makes to residents and visitors alike. We leave it in your capable hands to ensure the area continues to be the beautiful and inviting area that each of us chose to live and raise our families within, and to ensure that one project at a time. Thank you for your continued careful consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak tonight? Yes, come on up.
My name is Martin Beister. I live on Highview Road in the town of Fishkill. I'd like to ask some questions about the greenhouse gas. Is this installation, I see a lot of trees, not enough trees around the building. The traffic guy says there's a lot of trucks. And it seems to me that maybe we're replacing the old smokestacks with a lot of pollution. And so I ask, is this project going to be a source or a sink for greenhouse gas? Is anybody keeping score? And if they're not, why not? And also, I'd like to know exactly what not exactly, but what the comprehensive plan says about greenhouse gases.
Thank you, sir. Who else would like to speak tonight?
No hands on this side.
No hands? All right. Well, we'll wait a few seconds, but again, we'll reiterate what's already been said, that the Town of Fishkill Building Inspector, Zoning Administrator submitted a statement. That statement is basically just an advisory opinion. It is not a determination or an interpretation. The advisory opinion is what's called for in section 150-19B of the town code, and the planning board will have to make its own determination as stated in the code provisions. We did receive written comments from several of the speakers tonight. Those have all been entered into the public record. We also have a letter from Robert Johnson, PhD. And also, I don't believe we heard tonight from Richard and Jennifer LaPere, but they also submitted a letter. So those are all being entered into the record. So let's just see if there are any comments from planning board members specifically on the draft EIS or on any other matters pertaining to this application before we move ahead with other discussions. Either any questions for the applicant or any questions for what people in the audience have said.
Just a general handful of comments here. On page 3-7 of the EIS, it does say, given the low volumes of additional traffic that would be generated by the proposed project, and that any truck traffic generated by the proposed project can be accommodated on the roadways studied. The proposed project's generated traffic and potential alternate routes to access the proposed project would not have a significant impact on the character of the nearby neighborhoods. I disagree with that statement. Figure 8-3 in the traffic study shows a turn from a single unit 30-foot truck, SU30, turning from Verplank onto Dutchess Terrace. And while the truck can make the turn within the paved areas, vehicles appear to park on Dutchess Terrace, and some are even shown in the figure. If cars are parked here, there's no guarantee that a truck can safely make that turn. Same comment applies to figures A-4, Dutchess Terrace turning onto Rock Hill Road, A-6, Dutchess Terrace onto Talbot Avenue, and figure A-8, Dutchess Terrace onto Barrett Place. And the same can be said for the other roads being used for potentially for U-turns, Chiapardi Place, Cross Road, and Roman Road. If residents are parking cars on the street here, it makes the truck turning unsafe. I believe the introduction of moving vans and trucks, oftentimes by those who are not used to driving such vehicles, to residential neighborhoods that drivers may not be familiar with, and where people potentially park on the street, constitutes a safety concern to those who live on those local roads and to those who would be driving to the storage facility. In my mind, this is a significant impact on the character of the neighborhood. The applicant has not offered any mitigation to this concern, and they cannot provide mitigation to this concern because they cannot do anything to these particular roads. And the same could be said with the proposed alternative as well as alternatives 3 and 4.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just a couple things. I don't want to, I know we'll have a lot more time to go through this DEIS. First, when we talk about that alternate route going south, I don't see anybody doing it. Nobody's going to drive down to Verplank and go all the way around. It's a whole mile going all the way around. It's not going to happen. People are going to immediately try to make the first left that they can make, and it's going to be right into Van Ness. And if it's not in Van Ness, it's the next one down in Beacon. So we're going to make it in a sense that people are going to be making these left turns into communities with box trucks. And, you know, I've moved so many times, and it's one of the things I hate doing, but, you know, you're driving these things. It's not what I do. You know, so you're not good at it. You're driving a big vehicle, and now you're going into little neighborhoods and trying to make a U-turn somewhere. I don't see anybody going that long way around. So that's one of the things I think that the applicant has to figure out, because I just don't see it. And a no U-turn sign, I used to take my daughter to school in Beacon, and there's a sign there that says no left turn, and so people in Beacon, you know, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're just going right. The only time they don't make the left is when the police officer's right there, right? You know, so we know what it is. People are just going to go in and make that U-turn, and maybe they won't make it right away. They'll try to look, you know, they'll go deeper into Van Ness, and they'll try to make it at the end and come back. But they're still going to try to do it. So I don't see how, you know, unfortunately, I don't see a simple way for the applicant to deal with that. And that is a real safety concern. And just real quick about Mr. Petrus's letter that he gave us. I was a little disappointed in that he didn't give us much. He talked about the, don't laugh, Anthony, okay? You know, he talked about the impact, and we've already discussed that. We know that this is a lower impact than a hotel when it comes to cars going in and out. But there was no significant, no dialogue about the actual use of it and all the other impacts that can happen. Yes, we've all agreed from the beginning that this is a low impact as far as cars going in and out compared to a hotel or something else. But is the use similar to whatever is on that, whatever can be done in that restricted business? And, you know, I really wish he had given us a lot more than what he gave us. This is something that we've already established, and to me, that didn't help at all in crafting an idea for us on how we should be going forward with this. So I was really hoping for a lot more from the building inspector on this one. I have more stuff, but I think, you know, we're going to have a lot more time to talk about the DIS. So I think we'll leave it at that for now.
Jody or Fred, any thoughts?
Anthony covered me. He covered what I was going to say. And from the very beginning, I was very concerned with the traffic and going down to Verplank and making a U-turn and turning it around. And I don't know, did we ever get a response from Beacon regarding this?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Because I thought we did ask them about
We did not
this
get
project.
anything. We did not get anything specifically in response to the environmental impact statement.
Yeah, because all those U-turns are going to be in the city of Beacon, not in the town of Fishkill. I'm also concerned about if people are going north and going to cross over 9D on, you know, I don't see them doing that too with the truck and crossing, and that's a real traffic jam right at that point too. So, my big concern with this project has always been traffic.
How about this end of the table? Any thoughts, any comments?
I don't have anything to add. What one of the homeowners said about, it was a concern that I heard from people that know the property for years, that there is a issue with water and flooding and that property, and now the permutation of, you know, now taking and putting this big storage unit there has a concern, like, which I get. I mean, for the residents of Van Ness and everything else. The traffic thing, yeah, I mean, you know me with traffic studies. I think sometimes they're kind of done in a vacuum, but I think also you have to have the smell test. You have to actually drive in that area at different times in peak areas, and I get it. I get how he gets his statistical data and everything else, but it doesn't always seem to have the eye test when you go there. And as far as the impact, yeah, I mean, you know, other projects that they were talking about, but I don't even think those projects seem to me like something that should be there. It was a residential property. Unfortunately, I understand why they did it. It's to have something with passive income, low maintenance, low employee type thing. So I understand the lure to do, you know, another self-storage unit, but it's just not a good thing.
Felix, all right, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I had one more thing I just really wanted to, I forgot I wanted to say. On the alternatives, alternative to a single-family home, and one of the things they put, it's not economically viable. Well, it was very viable. There was a house there before. You know, it was viable enough for somebody to have a house there and sell it to the applicant. So that argument to me doesn't make sense. Of course it's viable. Just because maybe you've overspent or you thought you're going to have something else, that's not on us for you to make a profit. It's viable as an alternative. It's not, you know, it may not make you the money you want, but it was economically viable when you bought it.
So I know that we will be getting some detailed comments from Liz Axelson, our planning consultant from CPL, and we'll be receiving a memo on that in the near future. I guess just an observation or two from myself. We had asked the applicant to look further into the traffic impacts of vehicles going in and out of Van Ness Road as a turnaround area, and it still seems like the only real mitigation measure that's been identified is this no U-turn sign out on Route 9D. So I don't think that's really going to be of that much help. I know the state DOT has already painted some weird-looking stripes at actually both Van Ness Road and forget the name of the intersection just north of the site, but they look strange, and I've actually, to tell you the truth, never seen striping like that. It's kind of like a huge square filled with, you know, not even cross-hatching, but just striping. And it's like people probably won't really even pay much attention to anything like that. And the signs, you know, are only as good as enforcement. So I think that's going to be a fairly limited mitigation measure. So again, I agree with what Felix said about the letter from Mr. Petrus. It really would have helped if we had more comments from him and got into more details. But again, this is going to be something that the planning board itself is going to have to figure out. The determination is up to us, not to Mr. Petrus. So we will certainly have further discussion on it. We'll get the comments from CPL on the DEIS and other thoughts. So I think at this point, really what we need to do is figure out whether we should close one or both of the public hearings. And do you have something to add at this point, Liz?
There really is just one thing that I think I heard from members of the public quite a bit, and it's the thing that's kind of been in my mind is that a storage place is a place for stuff. And, you know, we all realize there's need for storage facilities. This area is loaded with them. And right here at this particular junction of the community, there are actual reasons to have a place that might serve people, whether it's a home or a small eatery or something. And at this particular junction in the community, yes, there's plenty of automobile traffic, but you also do have pedestrians. And I think the only way to see that is to go out on a decent day, Saturday or Sunday, or maybe a weekday afternoon, and just take a look. People are moving around, and the other thing is that I think one aspect of the community character of this area is that just about every other place in the near area has something to do with people either living there or going there for some good or service or health care or something like that. So I think that's the big element. I think that's the thing that makes the difference. Also, the people that are moving around, if they were to be going to an eatery or to get health care or to live somewhere, they're not driving a moving truck. They might be driving a vehicle. They might be on foot. They might be on bicycle. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I think it's the big difference between this is for a place for stuff, and otherwise all the other uses more consistent with a neighborhood character involving people.
So again, remember that comments in writing on the draft EIS will be accepted until Monday, September 23rd. Send it to the planning board chair at Town of Fishkill, 807 Route 52, Fishkill, New York, 12524. So we have, I think, several options in terms of closing or not closing the public hearing. One option, of course, is to keep both public hearings open and continue both hearings at the October 10th meeting. Another option might be to close the public hearing tonight on the environmental impact statement, but keep the public hearing on the site development plan and special use permit open until October. And the third alternative would be to close both public hearings tonight. So I don't think we really got any detailed input from the involved agencies in this matter. At least I haven't seen anything yet. Although they do have until that September 23rd date. You know, we have heard from a number of the residents in the nearby area. So I guess I'll, first ask our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, what you think about what the board should do tonight. with the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll cut right to it, if I may. My recommendation would be for the board to close the public hearings. There's been a full and fair opportunity for the public to speak. However, because there is a lot of information, including information that was presented tonight, the board may wish to consider extending the written comment period beyond September 23rd to allow for the members of the public who might be not able to attend tonight, but also reviewing the information and comments that have been presented here, as well as the interested and involved agencies as well, to provide them with additional time to provide their comments. Although, bear in mind that those agencies, especially ones that have permit authority over the project, retain their permit authority, so they're not necessarily bound by any timeframes that the board may consider. But nonetheless, the comments that do come from them, especially timely ones, are helpful for this board as lead agency as you evaluate the various different aspects of the project.
So if the board were to lean toward that option, what type of time period extension would you think would be appropriate?
The September 23rd day is essentially 10 days from this meeting date. The 10th day would actually fall on that Sunday, the 22nd, so it was pushed over to the Monday, which would be the next business day. My suggestion would be to double it, so that you would have 20 days of written comment.
Are you talking about closing both meetings?
I would close both public hearings, yes, sir. Bear in mind, that one public hearing is on the site plan. If there are changes, substantial changes to the site plan later on, or a different alternative is being considered, it's possible for the board to reopen that public hearing at a later time, depending on level of changes that are being proposed as part of this application then. But that's hypothetical, and I think at this point, unless I'm mistaken, I didn't hear a significant amount of requests from the public to keep the public hearing open because they needed more time. But providing additional period for written comment, which is not unreasonable, from 10 days to 20 days, would allow the public to have time to review any of the information that's posted on the website from tonight's meeting, as well as the video of tonight's meeting, and be able to provide additional time for their comments.
So would it be 20 days from tonight?
Correct.
Got it.
So that would be,
I just have a question. If we're going to double it, why don't we just leave it open till the next time in case somebody wants to come in with something? Because aren't we going to be closing it like right before our next meeting?
Yeah, so you could. That is certainly an option, to keep public hearing open. My concern with that is that there hasn't been a request specifically from the public to do so. So you have to be mindful, and the applicant has rights as well in terms of the timely processing of an application. To your point, though, as to whether or not that material would come in, I would not anticipate that this project would be on your October meeting agenda, because once the public hearing is closed and once the written comments are submitted, the board, of course, will have the opportunity to comment at any time that you wish, and of course you'll hear from your own consultants, regarding the project, and so you may have substantive comments. But the next procedural step after that would be for the applicant to actually prepare that final environmental impact statement, that draft of that. So.
So I think that extension of the time period you're talking about would put comments to October 3rd, I believe, which would be a Thursday.
That's what I got as well, John.
I offer that, Debbie, knowing that you're the gatekeeper for all things, so
It's okay.
I
mean,
defer.
There's deadlines in between, so that's fine.
I don't mean to suggest or create any problems for you.
Fine. Absolutely fine.
Well, let's see what our planning board members think.
I'm okay with that motion. Close the two meetings and extend it to October 3rd.
Yeah,
I'd support that too.
yeah, I think so. I think we'll be fine.
Let's,
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's okay, yeah.
Seeing nodding heads. I guess my only question to Dominic, as a follow-up on that, would be, would closing the public hearing on the site development plan and special use permit trigger any timeframes that the board should be aware of? I know there's the EIS timeframe and process
Yeah,
that has to work itself out, but
the case law is clear on that, that those timeframes do not kick in until the seeker is completed. So seeker would not be completed until the end of the environmental review.
so that would go all the way through the board's statement of findings at the end of the process, if that's what it ends up being.
Correct.
Okay.
And another, if it's going to be October 3rd, that would be maybe 2 p.m. or something like that?
Yeah, I would think so. That's what the time was
They
for
also
the...
can email their comments as well. It doesn't have to be US mail.
And another question on that, probably to Debbie.
Sure.
Would be, well, obviously we can put a notice to that effect in town hall and on the website, but would there be any special kind of notice involved, for instance, to lead agencies? Maybe Dominic, you could weigh in on that part as well, to involved agencies. If we did extend it, would it be appropriate to just send a follow-up
Of course.
notice?
Yes.
Mhm.
No harm, no foul.
So do we need to send some kind of a notice to them?
No, you could, for the interested and involved agencies, you could say, just by an email even, that written comment period, the public hearing was closed, but written public comments will be, including agency comments, would be accepted until that October 3rd date.
All right. So is there a motion to close both public hearings tonight on Fishkill Self-Storage, 1292 Route 9D, draft EIS and site development plan and special use permit, but to extend the written comment period to October 3rd, 2024 at 2 p.m.?
So moved.
Okay, second.
Moved by Felix, seconded by Fred. Any further discussion?
I thought you would do two different motions.
No, we're doing it all in one.
Okay.
We open the public hearing with one motion, we're closing it with one motion. So is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yep.
It's clean.
All right, so any further discussion?
Jonathan, I had intended to have my comments done by the 23rd, and what I'm going to do is just have them done before the end of that week. I'm not going to wait longer than that.
Okay. And that way, if we do hear if we do get any additional written comments from either involved or registered agencies or other members of the public, we can always, wrap those kinds of comments into whatever the next step is going to be in the process.
Sure. Or Liz could supplement her comments with anything that comes in after that date.
Right. Okay. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. So both hearings are closed with the extension of the written comment period till October 3rd, as we said. Any questions from the applicant team? Okay, thank you very much. And thanks to all the members of the public who came and spoke at the meeting tonight. Okay.
And thank you to our stenographer as well.
Yes, thank you.
So there's your 5 minutes.
Well, we don't know what the results are, how it comes out.
Blah, 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 blah.
You don't want to know.
Well, actually, I'm sure we will see them, and it will be very helpful for the record to see what the transcript looks like. Okay, moving right along. We have a couple of requests for extensions of approval. The first one is Johnson Trails, 5-lot subdivision. Board will review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 27, 2024, which is a request for an additional 6-month extension of the resolution of preliminary subdivision reapproval that was adopted on September 14, 2023, and which was granted a 6-month extension on March 14, 2024, which will expire on September 14, 2024. Sorry for all the dates there, but that's what happened. Welcome.
Good evening, good evening. Yeah, we had, is this on?
Yes. You're on.
Okay. Sounds a little different here than it did back there.
Try to speak right into the mic.
So yeah, I submitted a letter requesting another extension of our preliminary approval. Largely, we were still messing around with the Department of Health. We made some strides this past week relative to moving toward having our approval. So if the board so graciously grants our extension tonight, you can expect us to be back pretty soon for our final approval request.
Dominic, do you have any concerns with any legal aspects of this request?
Absolutely not. It's a reasonable request, and they are entitled to a 6-month extension.
Any questions or comments from board members?
I do. What the hell's going on with the Board of Health? Why is it taking so long?
Well, it's not just them. We dropped some wells and we got some hits on some things, and we had to flush and retest. So it's really one of kind of a health well issue. Not necessarily them. So
Okay, and well, based on that, was one of the questions that came up when we were doing this was the shallow wells in the area. Were they affected?
They were. We tested wells when we were doing the draw tests and so forth, and there was no impact. That's all been submitted to the health department as well. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
No problem.
John Bodendorf, do you have any questions or comments on this?
No, having done this on the other side with the health department, it's understandable. Sometimes it takes quite a while to get through that process.
All right. If there are no further questions, is there a motion to approve the request for a 6-month extension of the resolution of preliminary subdivision reapproval for Johnson Trails 5-lot subdivision, which I believe would take it to March 14, 2025?
So moved.
I think Robbie, was that Robbie?
I'll second it.
And Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0.
Great. Thank you, folks. Have a good night.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike.
Good night.
And the next request for an extension is 453 U.S. Route 9, Dutchess Mall, subdivision and site development plan. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 28, 2024, which consists of two actual extensions. One, I won't read this whole thing, but one is for the resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval for the subdivision, requesting 2 successive 90-day extensions, and resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval site development plan, similarly a 6-month extension. So thank you for coming, and if you could just quickly explain the status of the proposal and the request for the extensions.
Yes, good evening everyone. Chris Fisher with the firm of Cuddy and Fader. Last time we were here, we gave you an update on where we were on satisfying conditions. We are still making considerable progress. Since the last time we were here, and it's in your package, we did receive all of our New York State DEC approvals. we're close to down to the few things that we control and can work with the town. We just this past week filed a request for the town board for approval of, for example, the amount of the performance security, approval of the form of the stormwater easement, some of the typical things. There's one requirement, and similar to the prior applicant, our last matter that we don't really fully control is the Department of Health. We've had some back and forth with the Department of Health, and I would say they threw us a little bit of a curveball, but one we can certainly hit. This project is really kind of an amendment to a site that's been around since the 70s. If you recall, there's a lift station on site that's part of the sewer system. They requested that we convey that to the village as part of the sewer district or create a private transportation corporation. Right now, the sewer is privately, that facility is privately maintained. There's no issues with respect to it, but they've said to us, you're going to need that to get our approval on the subdivision consent for filing. So it makes another step for us. We've, in our recent submission to the town board, asked for consent to the creation of a transportation corporation. For the town, it doesn't mean money. It doesn't mean more sewer capacity. It doesn't mean other properties. It just is a form of ownership. So we're going to try to dot those I's and cross those T's, but I think it's going to take us out past the end of October in order to be able to accomplish that. But we're hopeful we're going to be done by the end of the year. So we would ask for the extension, which I think takes us to April 29 of next year. Our hope would be to satisfy everything within the next couple of months.
Any thoughts on this from our attorney or engineer?
No, sir.
Nope.
Questions from board members?
No comment.
No. Is there any way, I'll ask this question, I know what the answer is already, but is there any way to start work on demolishing those terrible dilapidated buildings that are on that site sooner rather than later?
Yeah, on behalf of ownership, we're really in a position where, what the good news is we're trying to get to the end. What I would hope to be in a position where, Chair, when we're coming in for signatures on plats and site plans, that we're actually talking about exactly that, a schedule for next demolition and building permit. We're not in a position to do that now. We really need to get the entitlements done in order to be able to create essentially the economic value to create the demolition process.
All right, well, like we did last time, let's do this in two separate motions. This time we'll do two separate motions. So first, is there a motion to approve the request for two successive 90-day extensions of the resolution of preliminary and conditional final subdivision approval for 415, 453 US Route 9, which would take it through April 29th, 2025?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Sounded like someone else was trying, but Felix.
That's all right. Bob,
Felix got it in there, so any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries 7-0. Is there another motion then to approve the request for a 6-month extension of the resolution of preliminary and conditional final site development plan approval for 415, 453 US Route 9 to April 29, 2025?
So moved.
Was that Anthony?
Yes. Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries 7-0.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have a new submittal. This is for the Fishkill Medical Park, 3-lot subdivision and site development plan approval.
That's next, I think.
Applicant seeks subdivision approval and site development plan approval for the construction of a 30,776 square foot 2-story medical office building and an 11,310 square foot single-story medical office building together with associated utilities, parking, and landscaping improvements. The applicant seeks to subdivide 2 existing lots into 3 lots to allow separate financing of 2 lots for the proposed medical offices. Lot 1 will consist of 20.44 acres and would have the 30,776 square foot 2-story medical building. Lot 2 will consist of 11.7 acres and would include construction of the 11,310 square foot single-story medical office building. There are no development plans for Lot 3. That lot would consist of 15.67 acres. Parcels are located on Snook Road in the R40 zoning district. So this would be to refer the application to the town engineer, town highway superintendent, town planner, town planning board attorney, Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, the New York State Department of Transportation, and the Rombout Fire District for their review and comment. And the planning board will allow informal comments from the public after discussion of the application. So, welcome. If you would like to give us a further description of the proposal?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board. Again, I'm Jeff Kane. I'm with Kirchhoff Acquisitions. We're the contract vendee to purchase, as the chairman just described, just over 32 acres on the north side of Snook Road. It's really the stretch between Snook and I-84. Proposing the medical development to be known as Fishkill Medical Park. Joined by some of our project team here tonight. Rebecca Volk is our project attorney. Kevin Yerentz, one of the employees at Liscombe McCormick Van Voorhees Architecture, and Giovanni Palladino, who's here with Kirchhoff. He's our in-house architect and discipline leader on development of architecture for our projects. We have some other team members who aren't here tonight. Bill Polvol is our project engineer. Bill's on a well-deserved vacation. We miss him. And then Labella Engineering is our traffic consultant. Again, not here this evening, but will be here at future meetings. It is a subdivision of 3 lots into 2. Bear with me a second on. I just have an issue going back in this format. How do I go up 1 level here, Debbie?
I'm sorry?
How do I go up 1 level?
Up 1 level, what do you mean by up?
Yeah, well, nope, here it is. I got it, all right.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay.
So there are, again, there are 3 lots here that we're taking they total 47.8 acres. We're taking the western 32 acres. Really comes from town-owned land. There are some town wells down at the lower western end of Snook Road, up about a half mile up to Kathy Court is where the property really ends there. And we're developing the westernmost, really a little under 7 acres of that, leaving the other 80% of this property undeveloped. And then just to, again, blow up the actual site plan. So you can see how the development has been created here. We took some effort to design a site that really fits into the existing land here. Some of you might remember this was a site in earlier this century of the development for the Oasis Ministries on this project. So this is a specially permitted use in the R40 zone. 2 buildings, again, both medical in nature. Building 1 on lot 1, it's a 20.4 acre lot. Building's 2 stories. 30,777 square feet. That's the total, the footprints, again, half of that at 15,388 square feet. And then Lot 2 is about 15.7 acres. They have a single-story building, 11,310 square feet. We oriented the buildings back deep into the site. The closest building is more than 300 feet from Snook Road. And the way the buildings are situated really does provide screening, both visually and noise, from the I-84 corridor. More than 49,000 vehicles a day go down I-84, and you can see them and hear them on Snook Road from again across the property. This will help to screen both the visual and noise impacts of that existing traffic. We minimized the parking. By code, we need 281 parking spaces based on the proposed uses inside the buildings. We analyzed the usage, and between the two buildings, we felt we could get some efficiency in parking. So we've reduced the number of parking spaces on site by 35 spaces, so we have 246. And it's, we believe in the code, this board has the ability to provide that waiver on parking spaces. We think that provides for a better layout overall on the site as well. There is a wetland on the site, and it kind of runs. You can see this stream line here, and the wetlands extend from it. And there's a 100-foot buffer that's maintained by the town code off of the edge of that wetland. We've, again, proposed this so there is no impact to the wetlands, and we have a couple of minor incursions into that 100-foot buffer, really for extension of some of the stormwater piping and some minor grading along this driveway here. So we've got about 5,700 square feet total proposed impact into the wetland buffer. Water and sewer, public water and sewer, both available. Again, domestic water, and these buildings will be sprinkled. So there's a water line that exists, part of the Merritt Water District across the north of the site, and the proposal is to tap into that 12-inch line and service the project here. We'll be seeking an out-of-district approval to be served by that line. Sewer, we're in the Blodgett Sewer District, and where there's existing capacity, sewer will be collected and then pumped down to an existing force main in Route 9. Again, have capacity there. And we've spent a lot of time again on the architecture. So I want to talk a little more in a minute about some of the other environmental impacts. But let me turn it over to Giovanni to talk about the architecture here for a minute.
Hi, good evening. I get to talk about the cool stuff. The architecture, the approach here was we wanted to have a modern aesthetic or architectural language that will reflect the medical services that will be provided. And we did that with design and material choices. So some of the material choices that you'll see here is right now currently it will be a combination of both metal and stucco and some curtain wall with glazing for fenestration. And those are the materials that we're really looking at as a way of modernizing the building. We want a clean, fresh look. So as we move on to the building, this is building one, you'll see the combination of the material. It's a modern aesthetic. It's not monolithic in the approach as it comes to the material itself, but you'll see different panels. I don't think you can actually see it, but the left side, the A side of the building is mostly made up of metal. And as you get over to the D side, the right side with the sloped roof, there's stucco with some texture to it. And then the boxes are obviously the fenestration. So this is the main entry or the east elevation. This is the two-story building, the first medical office building. This would be the side view. We're trying to make it so that there's some movement, both in the roof line and in the elevation. That's why you're starting to see that sloped roof from all different directions, but it fades in and out. But the glazing becomes pretty important. as a factor to sort of focus you back into the building and understanding, hey, there's something modern here happening, something clean, medical. The architecture really fits into that type of use. And that's basically the four sides. Again, just the three types of material, metal, stucco, and glass. We're not introducing any stone or anything that could be perceived as traditional in any way. The second building plays off the first building architecturally. It's a one-story building, but there's a play on the actual elevation, so there is some height, so there's some connection back to the first building, but the materials are basically the same. It's sort of like the little sister of the big sister, of the big brother. But architecturally, the two buildings are tied together. As you can see, depending on which side of the elevation, the scale is smaller, but starts to evolve along the side until you come to the other end, where it's more dramatic and it ties better into the existing building. So we had an artist prepare a rendering. Is that the artist rendering? Right. I'm an architect, I'm used to mouse.
Go to the folder at the bottom, Jeff.
That's right there, site renderings.
That's what we were just doing, site renderings.
No, that was what
that was the, right,
yeah.
right, okay, yep.
Just go back to that.
Are you indicating that a planner would be more proficient with computers than an architect would be?
We only know how to draw either by pencil or using a mouse. My fingers are too big for these touchpads.
If you get sketch paper, he could find it.
I could find it. So the first rendering here is what the artist interprets the elevation is going to look like from Snook Road at the entry. As you can see, the buildings are set pretty far back, and it will be covered mostly by landscaping. And as you start to pull into the building, as you get closer, you could sort of see how the materials work and how it fits in with the second building. As you can see, the second building is to the right, and the scale, I think, for this type of lot and where it's positioned in the building works really well. And I think this is a great building. I really do. I think we could build on it a little bit more, but I think it's going to really reflect the type of users that will be inside. Thank you.
So we submitted, I think, a fairly extensive environmental review as part of this. I want to focus on a couple of items. So this is an aerial view of the area that, again, the lower Snook Road that we're talking about. You can see Route 9 and I-84 in the back. Commercial development along 84, Van Wyck House, and the town water treatment plant. So in this lighter green here is the development area, and dark green, again, area to be preserved. And again, as I said before, you've got a half a mile from the project driveway here, all the way up Snook Road, again, to where Kathy Court is, that's, again, proposed to be maintained.
How far are you off 9?
How far are we off 9? I don't know exactly.
Quarter mile.
Is it a quarter mile? I was gonna say 300 feet, so yeah, we're close. Yeah, right.
It looks like Route 9 is
I know
on the
where it
left
is. I'm just
side of
curious
the
how far it is.
aerial there. Yeah, that's pretty close.
Right. I previously talked about the wetlands a little bit. We also reviewed, as part of this, the potential impact on any rare, threatened, or endangered species and their habitats. That full report's in Appendix F of the document. And no rare and threatened or endangered species or their habitat were encountered on the site. The project will require a tree removal permit, but again, you may recall that the site was completely cleared in 2008.
No significant trees remain where we're developing. And again, that 80% is being preserved, all the trees are being preserved over there. And the project's going to be planting, proposed in the landscape plan, we have more than 120 trees to replace some of that scrub being removed. And that'll create a more attractive screening of 84 corridor and beyond. Again, a SWIP has been developed, the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan, and included in Appendix H there. The plan has been developed in accordance with both the standard DEC and town-approved methods. Nothing fancy. This is just a typical stormwater management system here. A couple of things that we've done beyond that. Not me, right? Debbie left, so, right, all right. But we have, we're just allowing the use of salt on, for roadway maintenance. We understand there's been some concern about salt runoff from 84 onto the town's wells that are adjacent to the site. So part of the program here is to intercept some of that existing water coming off of 84 flowing down to the town well sites, including that in our stormwater plan, again, disallowing salt on our site and then treating that water before it's discharged. So again, the effort here is to improve some of the existing conditions that have been noted in the region. Traffic, we completed a traffic impact study again in the full report there. Looked at the AM, the PM, the weekend peak hours, traffic levels. Again, trucks, pedestrians, cars, and reviewed the crash data. Completed a level of service analysis.
No, you close the window. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I got disconnected somehow. I must have closed the window.
Well, it shows here if you want to stand around.
I'm gonna have to check out.
I can keep talking. All right. The completed level of service analysis at 9 in Snook Road, 9 in Merritt Boulevard, 9 in the 84 ramps, 9 in Van Wyck Road, and then of course the side drive and Snook Road. And compare the level of services in a build condition to a no build condition at each of those intersections. And they'll continue to operate at full build out as they were if there was no build. Oh, sure, right. There was one proposed tweak to the signal at 9 in Snook Road, where there's 4 seconds of northbound green to southbound left turns onto Snook Road. So northbound will experience an extra 5 seconds of delay during those peak hours. Again, a very minor modification. And we certainly understand that there's been concerns about the potential for cultural resource impacts. So on this site, there have been a number of studies conducted with no evidence of stables, no evidence of burial in the grounds. This was farmland historically. During the most recent cultural resource study, the investigation during the excavations on site, there were 7 historic fragments recovered, and they were all determined to be from the 20th century. So there's been nothing that's been found on the site which would relate to any of the Fishkill Supply Depot history. Again, the full results of that testing is found in Appendix J on what's been submitted. And there's again much more which has been provided. We're also launching a website for this information to help the public stay involved here. It'll be fishkillmedicalpark.com. Very imaginative on the naming there. But we think that'll help the public find that information so we can continue to do the outreach necessary. So we really look forward to working with you as we move this project forward. So if there are questions for us at this time that we could help you with?
Yeah, let's see if there are any questions from planning board members. Fred?
Why 2 buildings and not 1, 3-story?
It's, yeah, there are phasing issues here related to the regulatory framework. Some of this, healthcare is highly regulated in the state, as you may know. So I think some of this may take a little longer to go through the process than the other. So build 1 building, the multi-specialty practice, and then look to build the 2nd building. Plus, we think it lays into the site better with 2 than with 1 much larger building. We think that it just works better.
Okay, and also with that, is there going to be any atomic
No, the
facility there?
right. So what happened with our building at 21 Westedge, right? That's the that building ended up being not really big enough for what we want to do here. So most of that program is going to end up here. The linear accelerator is not going to end up here. That's one of the things that's not going to happen. So there's none of that's been proposed for this site.
And when you took this into account, you also took into the Continental Commons parking and all the traffic, because there's going to be a hotel there, and supposedly a restaurant and other things.
Absolutely. One of the things that we looked at as we were assembling our project team here was looking at the same traffic engineer that Continental Commons used, so that there was some consistency of both the intersection study, consistency of the findings, and to make sure that we incorporated what they were doing into the ultimate build out here. So it's absolutely been folded in.
One more question.
Oh, no, please.
I noticed that you weren't going to be open on Saturdays and Sundays.
No, typically these medical places are open just during the week. That's
Not on Saturdays.
typically not.
Okay, I was just curious.
No, that's.
I mean, some of us work Monday through Fridays, that's what.
Jody, go ahead.
Do you already have renters that are going to go into this building? Or is this speculative and you're hoping to get people in there?
We have advanced discussions, so we are fairly certain that this is a build to suit, not spec.
I mean, so going on Jody's question, basically related to that and related to your Westage thing. So we already have enough Westage medical buildings in Fishkill. So there are Westage 200, Westage 300, and the others. And there are new office buildings coming in on the Fishkill golf course side and all that. So do you think there is enough business for a newer building?
Absolutely. Healthcare is one of those things that's, for the public, it's best to be served locally. And this county continues to export a lot of healthcare, and it's what we've found, and what the physician groups that we work with have found, is that they live local, they want to serve local, and people want to be served local. It's much, you can get the same state-of-the-art treatment locally that you can in the city, and you don't have to travel. And that's what healthcare is, has always known, but they haven't always been able to deliver. And so this is an effort to deliver that locally. So there's absolutely a demand.
I mean, I'm just worried that there is so much new office space coming up. So I'm just wondering if this building will remain empty. I mean,
Right.
just like an abandoned building again.
Right,
So-
and again, by every metric, we don't believe it'll remain empty.
Well, just as a follow-up, without getting into too much specifics about the potential tenants, but do they involve like specialties that aren't currently that prevalent in the town or the surrounding area?
I don't know exactly what all the specialties are in the towns. It's hard for me to answer that, but it is multi-specialty. There will probably be some duplication of specialties, but not duplication of specific providers, not necessarily duplication of the same level of care that you may have. Again, you end up with with primary, secondary, tertiary care, so you can have the same specialty, but have different places you may go to get a different level of care for an ailment. So this is, again, a new state-of-the-art local healthcare.
Is this more like New Vance Health or?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
New Vance, I mean,
New
the
Vance.
medical groups that you're talking about, is this like possibly like a New Vance project or?
Right. So New Vance is a hospital system.
Yeah.
So but they have, yes, they have specialty group offices. So it's similar to that
Okay.
concept. Yes. Yes.
I think this information was in the materials buried in there somewhere, but could you just go over like how many doctors and employees are proposed in each building?
I have to go to my notes to get the exact numbers. And bear with me for using paper.
That's okay.
So in building one, the estimate is for 10 doctors and 20 technicians. Building two, another 3 doctors and 30 technicians.
And staff.
I'm sorry.
Is your staff going to be?
I'm sorry.
Staff.
So like
Staff.
receptionists or secretaries or that type of thing?
Guards, custodians? Because that's going to affect the parking.
Right. So yeah. So that's. I'm sorry. So yes, the 30 technicians, employees. That's the combined number.
Okay.
On that. So. And for reference, that's on sheet T1 of the site plan. So that's the easiest way to find it. That's where the parking calculations are done.
Another thing, I looked on the site plans and didn't see any loading or delivering areas proposed. Was I missing it, or is there anything contemplated?
Right. There's no loading docks proposed for a use like this. There will be, your smaller box trucks and UPS sized trucks that will deliver here. We can identify exactly the doors they'll use. They don't typically come to the front door, but we can identify that.
Okay. And the other thing that struck me is both buildings are going to be served by just one entrance, and just wondering if you've had any early communications with the Roundabout Fire District regarding the adequacy for emergency services with that one entrance.
Right. We've not had specific discussions with them about that, but again, we can certainly do that during this part of the process.
All right. Other questions from board members? Or I know this hasn't been referred yet, but any questions from our consultants?
No, not off the top of my head. I'm just, curious to see, what the site looks like in terms of wetlands and whatnot. I'm spitballing here, guessing it's in the aquifer overlay?
It is.
Okay.
And there's a discussion about that in the environmental review here. The specific review issues in the Aquifer Overlay District, for the most part, relate to projects that are on wells and septics, which we would not be here, and so most of those conditions don't apply to this particular project.
Right, and just in terms of looking out for the employees will be, and people that are visiting their areas where people can sit on a bench or picnic table.
Right, which we have, and we haven't detailed here, but we will certainly show in the future.
And are you willing to extend the walkway all the way across, down?
I'm sorry.
One of the things that we put in is we want sidewalks. Are you going to be able to have sidewalks down to at least Continental Commons where you're going to have sidewalks too? Or you don't know?
They're not proposed at this point. Certainly something for discussion with the board.
Because your staff could walk down there to go to the restaurant, or
Yeah.
visiting people could send them to the hotel. If they're going to come to somebody, they could walk instead of drive.
You're
See
right.
that?
Yeah,
Jonathan?
I'll second the sidewalk thing. Sounds good.
It's a good point. Of course, we have to be aware that really the board can only require sidewalks on the frontage of the property involved in the application. We can't require sidewalks to extend beyond, but still, we've done that in many cases where we've required a sidewalk on the site in question, and then hope that somehow in the future the rest of the.
But we did negotiate a little with Healy to extend.
No, that's
we
not.
didn't do that to
Not
town,
quite
did that?
accurate.
All right.
That we're not going to get into that discussion
Okay.
tonight, but that's totally the opposite of what you're thinking.
And then the only other suggestion would be to consider using native species for any of the landscaping if possible.
Absolutely.
Now, one thing that was interesting that I'll bring up was that the application materials included no references to the need for a special use permit.
Yeah.
And it turns out there actually is a requirement for that. It was something that was just, I guess, overlooked when the fees were being set for the project.
If I were to say that your code is somewhat ambiguous there, I hope I wouldn't hurt anybody's feelings, but there was, there was just some ambiguity that we missed, but we have supplied all the fees, so
Yeah.
sorry for the oversight.
Actually, when you look at it, it's not so ambiguous. It's, I'll just go through it, very briefly, but these meet exactly the definition of medical or dental clinics, although it's a weird term. They're really more like medical office buildings, but the town code doesn't really have medical office buildings as a reference in definitions. But they meet that definition of medical or dental clinic exactly as you're proposing them. And medical or dental clinics are permitted principal uses in residential zones subject to special use permit and site plan approval. So that ended up as a discussion with the building department, ended up being resolved to confirm that the special use permit would be required, and I'll turn to Debbie as to whether.
He wrote to Mr. Kane today and sent him an email, and Mr. Kane has delivered the fees to me for the special use permit this evening.
And my mistake was the section of code it referred to is titled dental clinics, and there were no dentists proposed here, and that was my mistake.
Well, that actually may also be, I won't call it a mistake, but something the town should look at in terms of the code, because that's, I agree, it's kind of a, that part of it is a strange thing when you look at the actual special requirements for that special use permit.
That was the ambiguity I was speaking of. So that's, but I will certainly, I think we've resolved the application fee part of that, and we'll update the environmental documents
so there will
to
probably be
reflect
a
that as
number
well.
of places where it'll just be known that this application will require site development plan approval and special use permit approval. So are there any other questions from board members or consultants?
Just one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, are there any houses, single-family homes close to this location?
I'm sorry, are there?
Any neighborhood houses, any houses close to this location?
There are two houses across Snook Road, across one just to the west, one just to the east. And then everything else on Snook Road is, again, east of the driveway facing the area that's again proposed for no development to remain as is.
So not too many houses here.
Certainly not.
There are more houses to the east when you get past this property.
Yes, there are houses to the, again, as I said, yes, there are houses to the east, but they're what they
somewhat
may
pretty
see
far away.
Would stay the same. So.
Okay.
Just for future reference, of course, we'll at some point be needing to see detailed architectural drawings once those are, fleshed out more with scaled building elevations with full colors, materials, and textures, and floor plans, and sign details. But again, those will be a little bit later in the review process. All right, well, I think what I'd like to do at this point is see if there's anyone in the audience who would like to make informal comments regarding this proposal. All right, so there's, so please come up, state your name and address, and you'll have 4 minutes to speak.
Marty Bystore, I'm on Highview Road in the town of Fishkill, 58 Highview Road. First of all, I guess this was submitted all individually in PF files, and then they were combined into one file, and that one file bogs down my computer, and I can't get in to really read everything, but I decided to make an informal comment. But my question is basically, I think there is a potential impact on buried historic and cultural resources. It's because they themselves present in here that they reached that conclusion that it's not based on objective ground testing that was done in 2001. There was objective ground testing done on the Continental Commons site, the same kind of digs, 50 feet apart, and they went right over the top of what now is the burial ground. And basically, I don't think that a conclusion that this is completely free of cultural resources, impact on cultural resources based on the ground testing that they submitted. I think that first of all, the western part of that ground of the site is in the on the National Register of Historic Places, and basically, I don't know if that makes it type 1 or not. I can't say anything about that. But basically, I think the developer should really clean this up, because in the same submittal, there's a kind of a way to get out of it. They say basically down here that they say in one of the pieces of paper, however, the soldier's burial ground has never been located. This could lie within the project area. So how does that get resolved? I don't know. Last time I was at the site, they piled dirt 10 feet high in there, I think, at least, if not more. And so they may have covered it where this is, you just can't go in there. But I would think if it is available, there should be some ground penetrating radar, or consult a professional archaeologist, because I've talked to many of them. There's more ways than just first of all, the dig. When you do a shovel dig, it only goes down to a certain distance, and it's the hole that's probably only 3 feet wide at the best. And there's ground penetrating radar. There's other magnetic ways of determining whether there's any resources there. And I think if the opportunity they should take a look at this and close this out better. I'm not saying that there's any graves there, but there may be some other cultural resources, because that same problem came up to me with the Continental Commons when the town representative asked the archaeologist, were there any cultural resources in the ground? And he said no. So what is a cultural resource? Could it be the foundation of a stable or barracks, or could it be a gravesite? I think that the archaeology needs to be looked at. I don't think it should be acceptable that ground testing done in 2001 is an acceptable way to close this out.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to speak to this tonight? Informal comments? All right, seeing none. I think we're getting close to looking at a motion to accept the application and refer it. Unless there are other questions?
No. No. No, sir.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to accept the application for the proposed Fishkill Medical Park located on Snookville Road, with the understanding that this application does also require special use permit approval by the planning board, and we now have the associated application fee and escrow for that. And to refer this application to the town engineer, town highway superintendent, town planner, town planning board attorney, Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, New York State Department of Transportation, and Rombat Fire District for review and comment.
So moved.
Second.
Bob moves it. Was that Fred who seconded? Any further discussion?
Yeah, would we consider adding state parks, recreation, historic preservation?
You can do that, but as a town, I'm not allowed to set up an account for that. That would have to be on the notice of the applicant to do that on
Understood.
Yeah.
So
Normally,
they probably would become an involved or interested agency, but not really through this initial referral.
Fair enough.
Okay. Any other discussion? So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that passes 7-0, and we'll have a more complete discussion at the October 10th meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, one follow-up question is if it can be, sometimes it's helpful for our consultants to be able to communicate directly with the CPL team or with Dominic and his team, just
not
confirming
yet.
that's...
We're only just referring it, so I think that would happen at the next meeting, the authorization to do that.
Okay.
So,
thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, we've entered the project review portion of the agenda. Next item is 228 Osborne Hill Road and 9 Burghoff Drive, lot line realignment. Board to review draft resolution of preliminary and conditional final reapproval and to consider its adoption. So welcome.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Joseph Bono, 804 Route 9, Fishkill, for the applicants.
All right, why don't you just refresh refresh our memory on what's going on with this, and then we'll get right to the resolution.
Yeah, sure. So last month we were here on an application for a resolution of readoption. As I had explained last month, I got involved pretty late in the game here, and there just simply wasn't enough time to get all our ducks in a row. Since that time, we've got everything we need. We're ready to rock and roll, and the applicants are certainly anxious to put a bow on this and get it wrapped up. So if the board is gracious enough to grant our request, I'm looking forward to putting a bookend on this project very shortly. So,
What's the holdup?
Okay. All right. So, Dominic, would you just very briefly summarize the resolution that you prepared for the board?
Yes, no, thank you. And so as the board's aware, you had authorized me to prepare this at last month's meeting. I did. This is a resolution of reapproval. It tracks the exact same conditions that were in the original approval of this lot line realignment. So in the interest of time, and I know that you have other substantive matters on tonight's agenda, I will defer reading any portions of those because the board essentially already adopted this resolution. All you're doing is adopting it again. And thank you both to the chairman and to Debbie who provided comments, and this is what you have in front of you is draft number 3. So it reflects the review and cleanup items as well.
Okay. The only thing I noticed, which is a formatting thing that sometimes happens on these, is the page header numbers. So
Page numbers at the top?
Debbie can clean that up, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So any other questions or comments from board members?
No comments.
No comment.
All right, let's move ahead then with a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of reapproval for the 228 Osborne Hill Road, 9 Borgoff Drive, lot line realignment as reviewed with that one revision on the headers, and to authorize the chair to sign it.
So moved.
Second.
Felix moves it. Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. All right, you got it.
thank you all very much. Have a good evening. Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, could we just take like a 5-minute break?
Absolutely.
If that's all right?
Absolutely.
All right, we'll see you back in 5 minutes. Okay, are we back on the air?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so we are starting the meeting back up. We are now at Homeland Towers Communications Tower, 73 Route 9, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 28, 2024, a draft full environmental assessment form, FEAF Part 2, draft FEAF Part 3, and a draft negative declaration, and to consider adopting those documents. Welcome, Mr. Kenny, back to the wonderful town hall in the town of Ithaca. Why don't you update us on the recent submission that your team made?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me here. Again, for the record, my name is David Kenny. I'm an attorney with Snyder & Snyder, here tonight to represent the applicants Homeland Towers and Verizon Wireless. We had a very productive meeting, I feel, at our last planning board meeting, where it was the board direct staff to prepare resolutions for a negative declaration. Was also requested to provide a couple additional responses to comments we've had from the board's planners. One is the view shed map we have up here. We did have a lengthy discussion about how the view shed maps are really supposed to be used before you do the balloon test to kind of select the viewpoint locations, and that the blue areas shown on here are not really accurate as to what type of visibility would be seen. However, to satisfy the request, we did provide the half-mile zoomed-in view shed map so that that would be provided and included in the board's application. There was also a one photo simulation that needed to be corrected. It did turn out that the base of the pole was behind the mountain and the ridge at the back, and so we should have had it in the front, so that was actually corrected. This is the one that's at the Battery Monument. It's not the whole simulation, it was just this part right here in front of the ridge that should have been more shown. This is without the two-tone stealth design, and then this would have been with the two-tone stealth design, and again, the goal would be this brown would be blending in with the background right here. Other than that, there was a couple minor comments on the plans for additional details. I think a typo was corrected, so we provided the revised plans. There was no substantive changes to the plans, it was just additional details that the board had requested.
Okay, any questions from anyone on that?
No.
All right. I wish I was at that meeting, but then again, I'm glad I wasn't.
We missed you.
Yeah, thanks for leading the discussion, Anthony. Okay.
It also looks, Jonathan, to me, because I wasn't here the last meeting either, it looks like you added more signals on the pole.
Correct. So that was also a request at the prior meeting, was that we would show what would be a full build out. Again, this is speculation because we don't know exactly the types of antennas that are being proposed. So for an instance, I know Dish Wireless, they would be in an idea like maybe the fourth carrier on this. They're right now only deploying the 5G network, so they don't have the same number of antennas as Verizon because they don't operate on the same number of frequencies. So they are right now deploying just 3 antennas. However, we've done basically the same number of antennas that Verizon is proposing, as this is again to be a full build out or worst case scenario. So that's what we have proposed here. But I just have to put that in the context that this isn't the proposed application, this is a likelihood of full build out, but we're just speculating as to what number and type of antennas would be proposed by other applicants.
And I appreciate that.
If there's, for 4 people, but if somebody, you're going to take the top one.
Correct.
If somebody takes the second one, would there be a gap for the third one, and somebody be in the fourth one potentially?
Correct, that's what we're showing here. Usually there's a 10-foot separation between the antennas, usually 10 foot between center line and center line, and that's to prevent against any RF interference.
Well, I don't mean that, I understand that, but if you have a,
He
it's
means-
proposed for the four potential tenants, well, 3 other ones besides yourself. If one of them wouldn't be in position 1, 2, and 4, or would they be 1, 2, and 3?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
There's positions on the pole, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Is there a possibility that 3 would be vacant, but 4 would be filled, 1, 2, and 4 filled, and a big gap?
I'm not sure. It really would depend on that individual carrier's needs. So their network design would dictate the height that they would need on the pole, and then it would be a lease negotiation with Homeland Towers on what rad center that they would get. And also, it may be that, you know, AT&T may submit and reserve a space on this pole, but maybe takes a while to actually install on the pole, so it may appear to be a gap on there, but it may be a reserved space. But this is all another application coming forward, so I'm just speculating at this point.
Okay.
Well, they just did something like that in Orange County. As you come across the Newburgh Beacon Bridge, they were using a water tower as a cell tower. And I noticed over the past 2 months, they put up a tower, and they've removed all of those antennas, I guess, and put them on the pole. looks much neater.
So
Actually,
sometimes
if
when
I-
that happens, when you're doing a switch, there may be a gap, because with that, the carrier's already deployed into a certain area for their network, so changing their height may affect another facility. So if they go higher up, they may propagate their service too far, and that may create interference or too much overlap with another site. So that is sometimes why, if you have an existing site.
If I may,
Go ahead.
if I may,
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Dominic.
I actually have some knowledge of that.
Oh, good.
So the removal, yes, there is an existing water tower as part of the mall facility that is located on Route 52 there in the town of Newburgh, right as you cross over the Newburgh Beacon Bridge. And the water tower itself had become in dire need of a paint job. And so in order to paint it with all of the cell tower equipment that was on it, and also to provide service, the equipment was actually moved to a temporary pole.
That's temporary?
It was a temporary pole. And to allow for the tower itself to be painted, and then it's going to be moved back. So,
Interesting.
That is also very common with water tower sites.
I thought, oh, they're moving it to a pole. They must be following Fishkill. That's what I thought, honestly, I really thought it.
Just humor me for a second, but you're showing it in white, right? And
Yep.
so it kind of sticks out to me, but I always thought like the tannish or brownish color would like blend into the landscape better. I mean, so.
So this has, right here would be if we just did the steel, the galvanized steel. This has the white on the top, and then it has the tan on the bottom. That was, from our past discussions with this board, I believe the preferred stealth design was the two-tone, so that anything that is above the ridge line would be a sky tone color or a light white color. Anything below the ridge line would be a brown color, but I'm absolutely open to whatever. If the board prefers a full brown tower, we're happy to provide that.
I know that I went back and forth between the two that were the two-tone, and they do have a slightly different look because of the context, I think.
Yeah, I think the thing with the two-tone, as you can see from this one,
Yeah,
blends.
now it's blending into the clouds.
Right. Yep.
with the two-tone, the only thing we'll recommend is as you can see here, the ridge line is a different vantage point than it is here, than it is here. So it must be known that there has to be a view that we're going to say that's the view we're going to match up with the ridge line, because it won't match for every single view. We could try to maybe even go one that blends, that's close to in the middle, maybe not exactly for one, but is close to the ridge line for multiple views. But it should be known that we should be directed by this board for a particular height to switch the colors.
Can't have a chameleon tower.
We can paint it whatever color. I'll paint it teal. Yeah, maroon, teal, whatever.
Is there such a thing yet as invisible paint?
Not yet. What they actually have is, for some antennas that are on rooftop buildings, is they put reflective tape on them. They actually make a mirror. That was proposed for a while, and then it kind of got discontinued because it doesn't just reflect the sky, it reflects the sun, so it created glare out of all these places. So you couldn't see it until it shined right in your eye.
All right, why don't we see if Liz could first go through CPL's review memo that you provided us? And
Okay,
then we'll get to the seeker documents.
Mostly, it was kind of fun, you know, in the way that planners have fun, that there were a lot of comments that were addressed, so that was kind of nice to delete a whole bunch of comments, excuse me. So a lot of the visual impact analysis comments had been addressed. And then, but there is a concern about the proximity of the facility and visibility from the previously identified places and resources. So we've kind of dealt with those in the draft seeker negative declaration. Let's see. The telecommunications tower is more complete. We did have a couple of questions. I'm on page 2, comment number 6. So the two-tone color scheme is what the board chose, and the finish being, you know, not shiny. So I guess the point of comment 6 is to make sure that things are specified in the plan set one way or another, either in notation, and the strong suggestion is to have one sheet that really says these, you know, this is how the tower is going to be painted, the colors, as much detail as you can get so that, you know, the board ends up with whatever was displayed.
We can absolutely do that. We
Yeah.
have on the plans a note which was attempting to do that, but more
Right.
in a broad stance to give the board room to choose the colors.
Sure.
Was we just had this note, it's on the screen right now, that it's going to be galvanized steel and factory painted colors as determined by the town of Fishkill Planning Board. So that's absolutely our goal,
Right.
but if we have specific shades of the earth tone color or specific shades of the sky color, we can bring in some color swatch options at the next meeting for the board to choose from.
Yeah,
But
that
our
would be
goal
great.
is to provide flexibility so that when the board does select one, that our plans reflect that.
That's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's kind of like looking down the road saying, what do we have left to deal with? So there, you kind of have an outline of it. Let's see. So there are a bunch of determinations we can't quite do yet, but we're close. So we went ahead and prepared the secret documents. And in terms of the special use permit, while I was going through all the different points that have to be covered per the cell tower law, I went back through a few things, and so I'm going on to my comments, 12 special use permit comments. And one of the things that I kept noticing is, as I was looking at the plans and aerial photography, was that there either used to be or still is a nice buffer in front that's evergreen hedge in front of the site that basically would run in front of the building, because that's what you see in aerial photography, and I believe that's where I came up with the recommendation to put that on the plans. What we ended up with on the plans, maybe whoever put it on there didn't realize what we were looking for. So I got pretty specific for Plan Sheet C1 that it be revised to depict a more extensive, substantial existing evergreen tree stand to be preserved than is shown, which should extend south along the site's frontage in front of most of the large central building. This would buffer views of the tower portion of the proposed monopole. What I'm thinking is, and I didn't want to just go out to the site, because I don't really have a reason to do that right now. When I was out there looking at the balloon, I was really just rushing to get from one point to the other, and didn't stop to say, oh, you know, where is that hedge really? But it really should, if it's not there, it should be extended.
It's not there. So you see this photo right here is the area that you'd be thinking of those trees. So to the right, that's that building right there. Again, I understand not wanting to visit the site, but Google Earth, I mean, I believe the Google Earth photos in this area are from like 2013, so they're not really relevant or accurate. These trees, I believe, were removed a while ago, or if they ever even existed, but my understanding is this is the existing site conditions. However, we did review the neg deck resolution. We're absolutely in favor of providing additional landscaping or trees.
That would be great.
What we had provided at prior meetings, what we discussed was planting them on this property, particularly in this area, may not have that much benefit. Particularly, this is a little bit northwest directly from the tower. So the views really from this area that it would be screening would be from Thale Industries. This wouldn't really have any kind of buffering or screening effect for Carroll Lane. So our offer was that we provide a tree fund. That way that the town can plant the trees in maybe places that are not on our property that might have a better mitigation effect. Whether that they be in right-of-way areas along Route 9, whether they be in closer to the Carroll Lane residents, whether they be directly behind Battery Monument. We feel that the tree fund would provide the town with more flexibility to put these to put the trees in strategic locations that would serve best.
How would that be implemented?
So
Just so,
Sure.
you know,
The town, so we've done this in many other towns, so the town owns certain property and the town certain rights for its right-of-way. It has the opportunity to plant in those areas that it controls. Then it also has the opportunity to negotiate with other landowners, probably in a better aspect than the applicant does. So with a tree fund negotiating with a landowner saying that you're going to provide them funds or provide them landscaping or trees on their property, that's just an offer to someone who's going to be impacted or potentially impacted.
Right, so it would be left to the planning board and the town to figure out where they want the trees and then
Exactly.
have them be planted. But I'm just wondering, because it's US Route 9 right-of-way, and then it's individual property owners. So that means it's like a project that the town would be involved in, to actually figure out where the trees are going to go and make sure they get planted. I haven't dealt with that kind of a mitigation where it is beyond this, beyond the scope of the project. So I don't want to say, oh yeah, that sounds great, if it's going to be a thing that may never be implemented, because I don't know that there's an instrument for the town to do that.
The town has certain parks, and we have a park that doesn't have very many trees on it at all, which is the one in Castle Point, Castle Road, which is the old Girl Scout camp.
Right, but I guess
Yeah, so you're talking about how the funds would be used. They could either be used by the town for general purposes for planting trees, say in a park or some other place that would be determined, I suppose, by the town board. Not sure how they would do that.
But
or it could be planted somewhere in the Route 9 corridor to be determined at some future point to try to mitigate the views of the tower at some unknown locations. Either way, it sounds pretty nebulous to me.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it leaves all the responsibility to either the planning board or the town to implement down the road, and that means negotiating with property owners in those areas. And I guess I just looked at it as, here we are, we have a site plan we're looking at. I guess I also speculated, I don't know without looking at the record, that at some point there may have been a site plan approved on that site with the buildings that are there that may have had a buffer there that was required at the time, and maybe over time, whatever trees got taken out for one reason or another. I don't know. All I know is I feel a little uncomfortable with I understand the intention, but I'm trying to think, how would the town planning board and anybody else in the town implement this? Because it is going to involve we wait till the tower's up and then we decide where we want them planted, and then we negotiate with property owners.
And it would be ultimately up to the town board to decide how that fund were used, unless there were some tree board or committee established that could have general authorities around the town, and there isn't such a thing, and I don't think there will be.
I mean, and if it's a mitigation for this project, I don't know how you do that.
So
Dominic, have you ever seen anything like that, or what are your thoughts?
I have not. I think that, the applicant perhaps would be in the best position to propose something here that might be a condition of the approval, or how it could possibly be implemented.
Absolutely. So usually what we do is we put the money into an escrow fund that the town controls, and then it's exactly that. It's usually for these particular projects, if there's been complaining landowners that have complained about particular impacts from the facility, they've already identified themselves. You can notify to those landowners that there has been a tree fund established, and then it can apportion the tree fund to the landowners who have made requests. There's also, as was stated earlier, if there's properties that are in the town's control, the town has the ability to use the tree funds to plant the trees on those properties. Again, our purpose of making this request this offer was the idea of that the trees in this particular area, again, this would be on the north side of the driveway, it's in this direction. There really isn't no visibility in this direction, and then the properties that are in this area are Thale Industries. So we can plant trees there, but they're not, I don't believe that they'll be as effective as other places in the town, that they could be strategically planted. I don't have the ability to plant those in those other places, but we can certainly instead withdraw the offer of the tree fund and plant some trees on this side of the property. I think it would be a better benefit to the community, and it'd be a better mitigation for the project if we did the tree fund and they were strategically planted elsewhere. But if that's too difficult to accomplish, I understand.
Liz, let me ask, wouldn't one of the main purposes of extending that tree buffer to the south a little bit more be to address the gateway
that's what it...
and bicycle and recreational purposes of Route 9, as much or as little as they're used for that, but it is an identified resource. To basically, it wouldn't be to screen, the other industrial uses on the other side of Route 9. It would be to ease the view of this industrial site, which will become even more industrial with the tower as they're driving along Route 9.
It'd be to screen the lower portion of the pole so it wouldn't be as visible. And, it has to do with people driving by the site. So instead of seeing, they'll have a shorter window of opportunity to even view the pole if there's a hedge of trees going along there. And so that was the idea, and that's how the neg deck was constructed, was as if that would be done, because it would provide that immediate screening. If you're driving by that part of 9, you're going to see a hedge of trees, a quick glimpse at the tower, and more trees and the mountains in the background, as opposed to a building and a tower, and that was the idea. And I just thought, well, I can't imagine, it looks like there's plenty of room along the frontage to be able to plant an evergreen hedge, and then it would be done as part of the mitigation of the proposed action, as part of, the site plan. And then I guess the concern I have is that if it gets left where the town is responsible for planting trees somewhere, I feel very concerned it might not happen, but right now you have a site plan approval and a seeker neg deck, and you're showing some mitigation for the views of the bottom half of the tower, and it would be right on the site. So that was the concept. I mean, ultimately, it's up to the board what the board's preferences are. I'm just thinking in practicalities, and also just in terms of mitigating this project, because that's what's in front of you right now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, this is jumping ahead a little bit to the neg deck, but why don't we just go around and see what board members think about the original idea of just screening this property, as viewed from Route 9, which is how the neg deck will be, is proposed to be worded. Any thoughts? Or conversely, what is your thought on a fund such as the applicant is suggesting as a possibility? Either way, I'd like to hear some thoughts.
I'm looking at photo 18. Which is that one up there, which is the one up there. And people are now driving up or down Route 9, and they're seeing this white commercial building. If there was a hedge there, would that block some of that view? You do need the entrance, and you do need the width on the entrance.
It obviously couldn't be too close to the entrance or too close to Route 9. Either way, you don't want to block visibility.
No, I don't want to block, but I don't know how wide that green area is.
If you look at the aerial, photographs that are provided at the end of the memorandum, you can see what used to be there, just by way of example. And I don't know if you have your memo now. I don't. But basically, the hedge goes along the property, and then there's a gap where there's lawn, and then there's a gap where there's the driveway, and then the south side of the driveway is an evergreen hedge, also. So that's what apparently used to be there. And so the concept was...
And that was probably what was put in when they originally put it in. for blocking.
Yeah, yeah.
construction.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah. So I figure it was probably put in there as part of a site plan design. And the beauty of it is that it's on this property, then we're not, you know, trying to do something in the road right of way. And there is a certain amount, there is a strip, you know, it's not like the trees are like right on the road, you know, they would put them on center. Anyway, I would like to hear more from the board about, you know.
Yes, that's what
I don't want to keep pushing this if it's not something the board wants.
The
I'd like to
only
hear
other
from the
thing
board,
I just
too.
have to bring up is that, so we don't have rights to this area of the property.
Yeah.
So this is outside of our lease area, so this would absolutely be something, if the board decides, that we have to get approval from our landowner before we're able to move forward.
Right, you'd have to.
And again, I understand, you know, this is what the Google Earth showed, but that was not part of any of the visual analysis that we went through. That's not what the balloon test studied. So we studied the site as it existed today, but if this is something the board prefers, I just have to note that we don't have any rights to this area of the property. I'd have to go speak with the landowner.
I guess why
Well,
can't we take
further
up on the
thoughts?
offer? Why can't we, are there any issues or concerns with what they are suggesting with the escrow account and decide on what to do in future? Are there any concerns on that alternative? I mean, if we are not able to come up with a conclusion here, we can at least take up on that offer, right? If there are no issues or concerns there.
Any other thoughts?
I mean, I initially liked the offer they made. I hadn't even been considering that because I was thinking the same thing. Do the owners want the trees there? I mean, we don't know.
Exactly.
You know, just because we want them there, I'm not sure if they want them there.
Yeah.
And my whole idea when they came up with that offer was that we have people on Carroll Lane that feel like they're impacted, and maybe they might be better off of those mitigating trees
Yeah.
than this part of Route 9 where people are going by. So I didn't even think that's kind of threw me a curveball. I wasn't even thinking that way. I thought that the offer was actually a great thing, that we then have the flexibility. But then, you're right, it does add that extra, like, who's going to do this or whatever. But,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, I think it's a problem because I don't think there's any real mechanism that the town has to deal with things like a tree fund, other than like, oh yeah, tree funds are good because we could plant trees where we want to plant them, and it may have nothing to do with this project. And, you know, so it would be like, I don't want to get too much into this comparison, but it's sort of like requiring fees in lieu of affordable housing units, where it goes into a fund, and then it sits there for years and years and years, and nobody knows exactly how to use it.
If I just may, in the past, we've established a fund like that for neighbors that complained about a specific view, and they wanted to have a tree or several trees planted in their backyard, and then they came to the town, the building department. That's how this tree fund was used, for specific perspectives from neighbors, which we may or may not have here.
That takes care of Carroll Lane.
And I appreciate just, there may be difficulty in putting together a tree fund and overseeing a tree fund. Again, the reason why we've suggested that is we think by planting these trees in strategic locations, they'll provide much better screening than new plantings would on the actual property. I mean, this is a 150-foot tower. The plantings being this close to the tower, just line of sight, you'd have to be right next to the plantings for them to provide any screening. Other than that, it's going to take a really long time for them to reach mature growth and, you know, screen the actual facility. It may screen the building, but that's not our application.
Well, I think
John, you look like you wanted to say something.
I really want to hear from the board because I don't want to you know, push this if it's not a mitigation that the board wants. And, you know, just fix the neg deck, I guess. Right, get it.
Yeah, I guess the question to the board is some mitigation along Route 9 for the purposes of mitigating the impacts of the tower on the Route 9 gateway area and the bicycle corridor, which really would be specific to this site? Or is it something we shouldn't even address in the neg deck? And we'll get to the neg deck, but I think we need to figure it out before we get there.
I think that the other question here is, yeah, we could say that, but they still have to find out if they can do it. Correct?
Right.
I mean,
Well,
so
yeah, I
we're
mean,
kind of like in the middle here in a sense.
yeah, so I mean, my question still to the board members to answer here now is the suggestion that CPL has made in the neg deck to mitigate those things about the Route 9 corridor that we're trying to protect, preserve the character of, is that something that is worthy to discuss in the neg deck, or isn't it? Forgetting about what is most practical in terms of implementing. If it's not something that's necessary, then we should take it out of the neg deck.
It's all
If it is
highlighted.
something that's necessary, then we'll have to figure out how to do it. I hate to boil it down to something that simplistic, but that's really where we are.
It's highlighted in there because it wasn't, you know, it was something that
Right.
came up after, so I highlighted it wherever it is. So if that's something we just want to take out, it's easy to find.
That's what I'm trying to get people to talk about.
I don't know that I want to take it out, but
I'd rather have it than have it go away completely. And let the town board decide what they want to do with the money. At least we have it.
They would have it.
Well, if I may offer, the actual offer of the tree fund or the request to plant on site wouldn't go away. I think the discussion right now is this a necessary discussion to be included in the negative declaration? It could still be a condition of your special permit or site plan approval, and it'd still be a requirement of the applicant to either provide the tree fund or the on-site plantings. Just if we were able to act on the neg deck tonight, then we can speak with our landowner to see if we have even permission to locate there, and then we can answer this question again when we're at the time for action on the application.
Good idea, push.
That sounds reasonable, and that could probably be done through maybe some kind of applicant-town agreement that would be built into the approval at the end of the process. But if the board is comfortable, I mean, when we get to the neg deck, we can look at the wording in all the places it was, but we can take that wording out with the understanding that the board and the applicant would try to work out a way to address the issue one way or the other.
My question is, like, when they're talking about back and forth semantics of the trees, of where they are and everything else, what are you planting that would have immediate mitigation that doesn't need to grow within a certain amount of time, too? That's the thing, too.
Exactly.
That's always going to be true. You know, just like when somebody does a buffer.
I mean, it'd be 75 by the time.
But there are plantings, you know, evergreen plantings that
they grow.
Are pretty fast growing.
Yeah.
Although you wouldn't want them to grow out of control and then have branches, you know, reaching out into Route 9 or something like that, but.
But I kind of understood that he was trying to say they were trying to give us fund because he doesn't even know whether they can go to the landlord and say, hey, we want to put trees all over here, you know, on your property.
And when we do plant them, if we got that permission, there would be a limited height for a certain number of years before they would probably provide screening for the actual tower. That's why we always go with the off-site mitigation, because the strategic locations can, you know, better block out. The further you're away from the tower, the tree can block out more of that tower because it seems smaller in the profile.
Okay, I think we've heard pretty much enough to be able to move on to the draft EAFs and the draft neg deck, and then be able to figure out how to approach the issue of tree plantings one way or another after we do that. Does that sound okay?
Yes.
All right. So let's ask Liz, unless there are any other comments or questions before we move on to the EAFs. Also, I'll mention that we did receive an email from Edward Bushek, dated 9/11/24, which was entered into the project file. So I did that. So Liz, could you take us through all the secret documents, the draft EAF parts 2 and 3 that you prepared, and then follow that up with a review of the draft neg deck, and we'll pay particular attention to that wording regarding the tree buffer when we get there.
I'll give it my best shot. Okay, I'm going to walk you through full EAF Part 2. On page 1, there is one small impact on land, so it's a small impact. Action may result in increased erosion. Going on to page 2, there is one small impact again related to erosion, and that's related to surface water. Again, those are small impacts. Page 3 and 4 and 5 have no impacts at all. And then when we get over to page 6, impact on aesthetic resources, there are a number of those. They're all moderate impacts. And I'm looking at 9A, B, C, D, E, and G, and they have to do with being visible. A is visibility from officially designated federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resources. Obstruction elimination of significant screening of one or more officially designated scenic views, that's B. C is visible, it would be visible from publicly accessible vantage points seasonally and year-round. And we know that because all the photo simulations were done in leaf off season. D, the situation or activity when viewers are engaged in would be routine travel by residents to and from work or recreational tourism. And then E, diminishment of the public enjoyment of appreciation of designated aesthetic resources. Again, this is all related to United States Route 9. And G, other impacts, proposed action may result in co-location or additional antennas on a proposed cell tower, which may increase the visibility of the proposed action. And then moving down, impact on historic and aesthetic resources, that's bottom of page 6, top of page 7. It continues. The proposed action will occur in close proximity to historical markers on US Route 9, and the items under C, 1, 2, and 3 are all related to those historical markers. Again, moderate impacts. 11, impact on open space and recreation, another moderate impact, and it had to do with, if you look under 11 at the bottom, E, the proposed action may affect the ability to fully enjoy the view shed as seen from open space and recreational resources, New York State Bike Route 9 on US Route 9. No impact on critical environmental areas. And then on page 8, impact on transportation, there's one moderate impact at 13F. Towers visibility would diminish the scenic aspect of New York State Bicycle Route 9, part of New York's bicycle program, considered part of tourism in the state. No impacts on energy, noise, odor, or light. No impacts on page 9 on human health. And then on page 10, there are impacts related to consistency with community plans. They're all moderate. And they're, let's see, A has to do with components being in different from or in sharp contrast to the background. Let's see. C, The proposed action is inconsistent with local land use plans or zoning regulations, and that has to do with the scenic corridor overlay along US Route 9, called the Route 9 overlay. Inconsistent with county plans or regional land use plans, and it refers to a note below, and that has to do with Fishkill Comprehensive Plan update, objectives about corridors, community recreation, historical resources. Also, New York State Bike Route 9 runs along US Route 9. And let's see, that's on Duchess's moving forward platform that shows you all your transportation routes and sidewalks, etc. And the last item there under 17, consistency with community plans, has to do with co-location of additional antennas on the proposed cell tower, which may increase the visibility of the proposed action. Moderate. And last but not least, 18, consistency with community character, and there are 4 moderate impacts. If you see D through G at the end, and D has to do with use or enjoyment of officially recognized or designated public resources. E, inconsistency with the predominant architectural scale and character. F, inconsistency with the character of the existing natural landscape. And G, co-location of additional antennas on the proposed cell tower, which may increase the visibility of the proposed action. And then the next item you're looking at is what's called fully AF, Part 3, evaluation of magnitude and importance of project impacts. And there's a note in the blank space that says, see attached seeker negative declaration notice, notice of determination of non-significance. And then the visual EAF addendum, I won't go over that in detail, but that's just to itemize the different visual resources that are in the area of the project. And I just want to stop. Does anybody have questions about Part 2 or the visual EAF addendum? Nope. Okay, good.
So shall we move on to the draft neg deck?
Yes. And I'm going to summarize. I don't imagine you want me to read through this. Right?
Right. We do not want you to read
Okay,
through
good.
the whole thing, no.
Good, good. So I think you're familiar with the description of the action, and that begins on page 1, continues on to...
Liz, may I make one
Yes.
small minor comment?
Sure.
So this is just, there was a typo in the first zoning board agenda. The variance numbers that you have, we went over with Joel Petrus at previous meetings, and we corrected it for the zoning board notice. I think you have the setbacks that were from that first agenda. We confirmed with the building inspector that the setbacks that we have on our bulk table right here are actually the correct ones. They're very minor differences. What happened was I believe Joel at the first time, he put the rear yard variance where we had put the side yard variance information, so he flipped the numbers. And then also, there's a unique quirk for this code where our setback distances are to be to the leased area and not to the property lines.
Okay.
So there was like a 1 foot, 2 foot difference. So you have, it's again,
Is this the second paragraph on page 2?
exactly. If you just take from the setbacks that we have on the bulk requirements, and I can email this to you separately as well, but it's just, you took it from that first agenda, and it's since been corrected in the record.
Okay, so I'm correcting from the bulk table?
Correct, from the bulk table, so right now...
All of these items?
The variances. So the minimums are all correct. They're supposed to be 75 feet. I'll just go through them real quick. So from the rear yard right here, it's actually, we have a proposed 42-foot setback variance, and you have 44.
Yep.
And then
Yep.
for the side yard, you have 32, and we have 30.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The
Got it. I
2-foot
got
difference
it.
was from the
This is
property
good.
line to the,
This is a lot easier than me looking it up. It'll cost you less, too.
there you go.
Okay.
Always like that.
Anything else there?
No, that's it. That just
Okay.
was the only notation.
Good, I'm gonna take off my glasses because everybody looks weird when I have them on. Okay, well, good. That was very helpful. All
So
right, and
Are the figures on the size of the area variances correct?
they have to be changed too?
They have to be
Correct,
changed
so
Okay,
they
so
have
I'll
to be changed
correct
with the, so correct, it would be...
According to the new,
Yep,
set that.
If you take the 2 foot from the distance you added on to the request.
Okay. I can figure that out.
I have a copy of the ZBA items. I
Yep.
can do it.
Okay. All right, you and I can touch base.
I have it.
You got it, okay. All right. All right, the rest of that page just describes location, and then we get into reasons supporting this determination. And the first item has to do with impacts on land. And it really just describes the impact, and it's mitigated by the pervious gravel surface. So I'm skipping to that second paragraph. Same thing for number 2. Again, impact of stormwater runoff would be mitigated by the resulting partially pervious gravel surface in the existing swale on the north side. Page 4, number 3, this goes through the town comprehensive plan update and talks about the various spaces in the Duchess Greenway guides. And then and going down to the bottom of the page, the proposed action will have moderate impacts on scenic and aesthetic resources as follows. I'm just going to summarize. Visible from Route 9 Scenic Gateway Corridor, identified by the CPU as scenic and aesthetic resource. US Route 9, also a transportation corridor of high exposure. Obstruction or significant screening of scenic views. Visible from publicly accessible vantage points, Route 9, Scenic Gateway Corridor and US Route 9, seasonally and year-round. And then the activity would be people viewing during routine travel or to and from work, or travel during recreation or tourist. I'm on the top of page 5. And then E is about diminished public enjoyment and appreciation of these resources. And F, the proposed action would result in co-location of additional antennas, which would increase the visibility of the proposed action. And then I describe a little bit more about the VRA and the views there on the rest of that page. And it
Okay,
also
before we go on to past page 5, I had come up with some suggested wording to add somewhere around page 5, which everybody got a handout.
And where did you want to?
So, well, let me say what it's about, and
Okay.
then we can figure out where to put it, but I think it would go just before where you start in the middle of the page. A visual resource assessment, VRA, was prepared to address. So this is suggested wording to add in the reference to the alternative site analysis update that was provided by the applicant, which, looked at the analysis of 2 additional hypothetical tower site locations on the adjacent Century Aggregates property. So this is basically, I don't know if I need to read the whole thing, but you can kind of look through it and see what you think. But it's simply because I had noticed in the CPL memo and the neg deck that there really was no reference to this study update that was done on the alternative sites, and I thought it was very responsive and good of the applicant to do these, and it really helped to follow up on some of the issues that deal with the alternative sites in relation to the visual impacts of the proposed tower. So, it just talks about the reports conclude, and in my opinion, the planning board concurs that the evaluated alternate locations did not turn out to be viable alternatives for the reasons, that are in here. Both locations had more environmental impacts due to the necessary removal of a large quantity of trees and disturbance that were not present on the proposed tower site. Both alternate sites are in the vicinity of or within wetland areas. Both alternate sites or at lower elevations than the proposed tower, which would result in higher towers up to 90 feet, likely requiring height variances from the ZBA. And neither of the alternate sites meet the applicant's objectives to adequately fill the gap in cell phone service in this area of Route 9. So that's basically the suggested wording that I'd like to see added. So I think probably the place to put it is where I said, probably just before you start talking about the visual resource analysis.
Right, so just above, like the middle paragraph.
Yeah.
Well done.
So does that sound good?
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
We thank the chair for adding this in and reflecting our efforts. Just one comment, it's just you had the higher towers up to 90 feet high. It would be up to 190 feet high.
Whoops, sorry about that.
And that absolutely would require a variance because the height limit is at 185 feet.
Yeah, that was my typo, sorry.
Where is that? I see. So it'd be up to 190 feet high.
Correct.
Got it. And this is going more than one place, I think?
No,
Or
I
is
think,
this-
it's in reference to basically the potential impacts on aesthetic resources, which is start at pages 4 to 6, but it also has to do with the adopted land use plans and the impacts on community character, but I don't believe it's necessary to repeat the wording like you do sometimes.
Yeah.
That's just my own way of doing it. I think saying it once is sufficient to deal with the related topics. Okay.
Should I keep going?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to turn on to the next page. Let's see. Top of the next page talks about visual simulations and discusses the options: galvanized steel, 2 painted options, brown and 2-tone, and the full build-out with 4 carriers. And then the last paragraph, just above number 4, it reads, a 150-foot monopole modified as depicted in illustrations in the VRA with a 2-tone color scheme, shadow beige on the bottom, pale gray on top, done with a matte finish, that is, with no luster or shine, yet with granular, powdery, or rough finish, would potentially mitigate the several impacts on the identified scenic and aesthetic resources above. And then I believe that the yellow text, I think we're going to take that out. And that would be addressed. Yep.
I think we're just going to take that wording out.
Say again?
We're just going to take that wording out.
Yep, so we're going to take that out. And so the paragraph would finish, the implementation of these mitigation measures would be depicted in the revised site plans. And then the next paragraph, number 4, talks about the historical resources, the battery and the 3 batteries monuments, and the introduction of visual elements that are out of character with the site or property, alteration of the property setting or integrity. And then it discusses the VRA and how that's presented. So I'm turning on to page 7. And it notes the photograph 17 and photographic simulation C3, C13, and C14. And again, that one ends with the 150-foot monopole modified as depicted in illustrations with the 2-tone color scheme. And the implementation of the mitigation measures would be depicted on revised plans. And then 5, this is open space and recreation, and discusses New York State route bike Route 9, driving in the scenic area along Route 9, as a type of recreation with mountain views and historic resources, etc. And then the second paragraph again repeats 150-foot monopole modified with shadow beige and pale gray on top. And again in that paragraph, the yellow text is going to be coming out.
Right.
And then the rest would read, the implementation of these mitigation measures would be depicted in revised site plans. Item 6 is about transportation, having to do with bicycle Route 9. And going on to page 8, and it discusses the VRA and the effect there in the middle. And then there's a paragraph that begins 150-foot monopole modified. We're going to take out the yellow text. And that paragraph in the middle of page 8 would continue. The implementation of these mitigation measures would be depicted in revised site plans. 7, similar thing. It talks about land use plans and refers to surrounding land use patterns, small to medium-sized businesses and industrial operations, small, let's see, other businesses, and a related impact of the proposed action includes a 150-foot tower, out of scale with the structures in the surrounding area. And then on the next page, discusses the mitigation again, beginning 150-foot monopole modified with the two-tone color, and that yellow text will come out of that paragraph. And then it concludes the implementation of these mitigation measures will be depicted on revised site plans. And then number 8 is all about the town comprehensive plan and talks about the designated US Route 9 Gateway 9 Southern Corridor or Route 9 Scenic Gateway Corridor. And so it describes that, the source in the comprehensive plan maps, and related impacts per Dutchess County plans with the greenway guides, contain green spaces, continuous green spaces, and conserved green spaces. Talks about the impacts on those, and then you get to the top of page 10, and again, the 150-foot monopole with the two-tone color scheme is proposed as mitigation, and the yellow text comes out. And implementation measures will be depicted on the plans. 9 again goes over land use impacts. And let's see. Talks a little bit about co-location of antenna on the proposed monopole might potentially result in a decreased need for another separate personal wireless facility complex. This is the bottom of page 10. In that case, such co-location would potentially eliminate the need for another personal wireless facility complex and telecommunication tower in the nearby area. Item number 10 talks about community character and recognized public resources and inconsistency with predominant architectural scale and character, and inconsistency with the character of the existing natural landscape. And then if you go to the paragraph next one down, 150-foot monopole modified as depicted in illustrations in the VRA with the two-tone color scheme, shadow beige with a matte finish, would potentially mitigate the several impacts. And then we're going to get rid of that yellow text, and the implementation of these measures would be depicted on the site plans. 11, again, about community character. And then it again talks about the board looking at the different color schemes. The two-tone scheme as mitigation. And then the last paragraph has to do with the co-location of the antenna, resulting in a decreased need for another separate wireless complex. And that's it, without reading everything out loud. The concluding paragraph is about impacts that will not occur. So the proposed action will not result in any impacts on geological features, groundwater, flooding, air, plants and animals, agricultural resources, critical environmental areas, energy, noise, odor, and light or human health.
Thank you. We got through that. So So are there any other questions, comments, or suggested revisions from board members?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, Frank.
Any thoughts from Dominic or John, things we might have missed, or?
No, sir, it's very, very thorough. Agreed.
So after reviewing the revised EAF Part 2 and the draft neg deck with the further revisions, and hearing from our consultants on this matter, is the board comfortable with moving ahead with a neg deck for the Homeland Towers proposal and checking box A on page 2 of the EAF Part 3, because it's currently not checked?
Yep.
So we would have to check that if we're going to do a neg deck, which we've been talking about. And again, for the sake of the public, a neg deck basically is indicating that this project will result in no significant adverse impacts on the environment, and therefore an environmental impact statement need not be prepared. So let's start. We'll do this through a couple of motions. Let's start with a motion to approve the draft EAFs Parts 2 and 3, and by checking box A on page 2 of the EAF Part 3 for the neg deck for the proposed Homeland Towers Communications Tower as reviewed tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it.
Go ahead, I'll approve it.
Fred will move that. Is there a second? Is that Anthony?
Anthony.
All right, any further discussion on the EAFs Parts 2 and 3? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that carries 7-0. And next, a motion to approve the draft negative declaration for the proposed Homeland Towers Communications Tower as reviewed and revised tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it.
So moved.
Bob moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that carries 7-0. Okay. Next would be a question for Dominic. Would it be appropriate for the board to ask you to prepare a draft resolution of approval for the next meeting, October 10th?
I mean, my position on these things is I can always prepare it, and the board can consider it. You know, there may be things that preparing the resolution itself helps you focus on as far as additional details that might be necessary. One comes to mind is obviously is additional mitigation for the visual impacts, such as the tree buffer that was discussed tonight, but to my sense was not resolved, at least as far as how that was going to be moving forward. But nonetheless, there's no prohibition against the applicant continuing to provide information to the board, making a submission in time for the October meeting, and simultaneously the board at least focusing on a resolution at that meeting as well.
I never want to say stop for that, but we do have to get the variances. So the
Yes.
October 10th meeting is going to come before the next ZBA meeting. I'm happy to come here and we can discuss a resolution at that time, but I just wanted the board to be aware. We still have to go get our variances, and that will likely come at the ZBA meeting in October, which would be after the planning board's meeting in October.
Well, my thinking was actually that it was be a resolution of preliminary site plan approval.
And that could be conditioned on obtaining the variances.
Correct.
That's what I was going to ask you. Maybe it would make sense to do it as a preliminary approval resolution.
We're absolutely fine with that.
And the other unresolved thing, besides the tree and buffer issue, is the color scheme of the tower, which is really kind of more of a final detail anyway. So if we're looking at a preliminary resolution, then that'll give us time to work those details out as well.
And we'll have some color swatches so this board can choose between. But if if the board's planner, if they have a preference on color options and they want to send it to us, however the board would prefer to do that.
Great.
We'll provide 3 options of the beige and 3 options of the sky and let you
That would
choose.
be better. I mean, you guys are
Absolutely.
the experts with that.
And we have something to react to.
And how do you
Absolutely.
determine how high?
So that's something.
You're telling us we have to determine how high.
So we'll try to put the elevation that would be for those 3 different views I showed, and then the board can choose which viewpoint is going to be the one that matches.
All right, so is the board okay with, all right, so let's ask for a motion to authorize our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, to prepare a draft resolution of preliminary site development plan and special use permit approval for the Homeland Towers Communications Tower application for the board's consideration at the October 10th meeting. And again, that doesn't mean that we have to absolutely approve it there, but we'll have it if conditions are right.
So moved.
Second.
Felix moves it. Ravi seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries 7-0. So the Town of Fishkill Zoning Board of Appeals, now that we've completed the seeker determination, the ZBA can go ahead and continue their process of the public hearing and presumably making its decisions on the requested variances at whatever time frame they do it. And so my understanding is the applicant team agreed at the August meeting to extend the shot clock to October 31st, is it?
Absolutely, yep.
So I guess that just raises the question of whether that'll be enough time to complete the process. Again, it kind of, the preliminary resolution, so I guess that's another question. Does the shot clock deal with getting to the point of a preliminary resolution, or?
No, it's
is it not
actually
clear?
approval of the project.
Correct. Approval, yeah.
You know, it's
Full
so
approval.
we'll need additional extensions, but the October 31st is after the next October, the October
So
meeting.
shall we just plan on putting this back on the agenda for the October 10th meeting? Also, the other thing I was thinking, I don't know if we've had a recent motion authorizing the applicant team to meet specifically with the town planning board's consulting team, but in regard to that one issue about the tree, the tree aspect of a tree fund versus buffering, it might help maybe to talk specifically about that issue a little bit before the October 10th meeting.
We would like that opportunity.
So if the board would like to authorize the applicant team to communicate with the planning board's consultants, and that would include our attorney, regarding the question specifically of a tree fund versus plantings along Route 9. As a follow-up to our discussions tonight, would somebody like to move that authorization?
So moved.
Second.
Sorry. Was that Anthony moving it and Felix seconding it?
Yes, I'll
Sounds
take
like-
Sure.
Vice versa.
Sure, make me change it.
And is there any further discussion on that?
No.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that carries 7-0. I think that's it for tonight.
Thank you very much. We'll see you guys on the 10th.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So,
This next item, I'll just read it quickly, and then I'm going to recuse myself. This is the Duchess Manor Restoration and Site Redesign, 263 Route 9D and 14 Chorus Lane, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. So I'm still serving on the Hudson Highlands Fjord Trail Visitation Data Committee, continuing its advisory review function, so I will recuse myself and I will step out into the lobby while you guys continue with this item.
All right.
So just wake me up. I mean,
Don't
let me
leave.
know when you're
I'll wake you
done.
up, John, don't worry.
Don't leave.
Thank you, John. And at last month's meeting, Planning Board also referred the application to our Planning Board consultants, in addition to a number of interested local, county, and state agencies. So tonight, we're continuing our project review. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board and staff and consultants. I want to start out just by thanking the board and its consultants for the thorough and thoughtful comments that came back that we received this morning. And I should just say my name is Helen Mauch from Minster Mauch. I'm here tonight with Aaron Werner from AKRF and Amy Casala, the executive director of the applicant Hudson Highlands Fjord Trail. I know it's getting late, and there are just two things that I wanted to discuss. Happy to discuss whatever you all want, but two things that I wanted to address that were in the CPL memo. The first is that at least my initial read of it, is that the bulk of the memo lists additional information and items that the board's consultants would like to receive in order to conduct their SECRA review. And the applicant team will work diligently to provide that information. As quickly as possible, we would ask that this board authorize the applicant team to confer with the Planning Board's consultants and counsel in order to get clarification and just discuss. It is a long list, so we will be asking for that this evening. The second takeaway that I had from the memo was lead agency status. And the memo seems to recommend that action on lead agency wait until this additional information is provided. And I wanted to talk about that because it seems to me that the applicant could be providing this information, and meanwhile, the board could take at least an initial step regarding lead agency, which is to circulate a notice of intent of lead agency. So it would be very helpful to understand what the hesitancy is on that issue and what this board needs or what it's looking for in order to circulate a notice of intent for lead agency. And then just the last thing that I wanted to put out there for discussion tonight is after the last meeting, we submitted a letter to the planning board. And in that letter, we explained that HHFT was speaking with the neighbor about reducing parking on the southern portion of the site. And those discussions are continuing. The revised plans will likely show a reduction in parking. And we also, in that letter, asked the board to reach out to New York State Parks, because at the last meeting there was discussion among the board members that they would like to hear from New York State Parks. And I don't know if that has been done. I did have the opportunity to speak with General Counsel for New York State Parks, who indicated that she would be happy to speak with the planning board or its counsel, and that you all should just reach out by email or phone to talk to New York State Parks. So those are the three things that I wanted to present. Aaron will likely want to talk about some of the technical items if you're so inclined tonight. So I'll stop talking now.
All right, yeah, I think we'll get to a lot of the things that you had mentioned. I do, before I get to Liz and John and CPL's memo, I did want to mention, since the previous meeting, we did receive a few items. So I do want to quickly just go through that. We did receive a letter from Parks, from Jocelyn Ferguson. Their letter opined that the project, in their letter dated August 29th, they mentioned archaeological and historic resources and opined that there would be no adverse impact on properties, including archaeological and/or historic resources listed or eligible for the New York State and National Register of Historic Places. However, the letter was clear that they were only speaking on behalf of the Division for Historic Preservation and did not provide any input toward seeker. So, as you had noted, we have not heard anything from Parks regarding the seeker portion at this point, and their involvement on the Fjord Trail and whether or not they would have any interest in this particular project.
But I would urge the board or council to reach out to Parks.
How would that be, how is that usually, I mean?
We'd actually talked about this at the last meeting. And my suggestion, would be for the board to circulate for lead agency, assuming, that the EAF and the submission materials are sufficient
And we can
for
talk
that
about-
circulation.
yes, we'll talk about that tonight.
Right,
Yeah.
but once you do, we're going to include, the...
And we'll get input then.
Correct, and they will either say, yes, you should be lead agency for this aspect for the project, or, no, we think that we're covering this as part of our overall review of the trail, which is, my understanding is not the case, but nonetheless, it provides a clear record, and as part of the process for that. I'm happy to take council's suggestion and have a call with the general counsel and report back to the board, but, the part of the official standard process would be to circulate for lead agency and get the consent or otherwise.
And decide whether we're in a position to do that this evening or not. But if we were,
Correct.
that's when that
right.
effort would take.
Right, or, and also provide the applicant with clear guidance as to what needs to be provided in order to be able to circulate for lead agency.
All right, so we did also receive a letter from Emily Dozier, Senior Planner from Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, dated September 5th. Do you have that?
We do, yes, thank you.
And her letter did touch on a few topics, circulation and parking, lighting and signage. I'm not going to get into specific comments, but you've confirmed you have the letter, and we would like to see in a subsequent submittal just addressing the comments provided from the county in subsequent
Yes,
submittals.
we plan to do that.
Okay. And then we did receive additional written comment from the public, email from Susan Peel dated August 21st, and we also received an email from Andrew Hall dated September 10th. So I do want to put those, mention that we had received those. Those are part of the project record. At this point, I will turn to John and Liz, CPL, to go through their comment letter. And
you want to start, or you want me to start?
You go.
Okay.
I'm sorry? What? No, we have.
No, we only have 6, and then he would, our alternate would be.
Oh, I have to appoint the.
We don't have to.
No.
That's up to, you have a
It's up
quorum,
to
you
you.
do not need to do that.
If you're going to vote.
Quorum is 4.
Quorums, yeah.
We're okay.
Yeah.
Liz and John,
In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through every single one of my comments. There is a number of them, looks like a laundry list, which is not unusual for a first submission for a project like this. I will say that we didn't identify anything that looked like a showstopper from an engineering perspective. We need a lot more detail. The traffic impact analysis needs to be submitted, and they need to expand on the stormwater report that was given. It wasn't a full, complete SWIP, but we did have some comments on their initial submission for that as well. But again, we didn't see anything that looked, like it would be a major issue going forward.
So those would be the two elements that would be something we would want before we would make a movement toward declaring lead agency.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, they did provide enough information that I think it could be circulated, but there may be other items from Liz's perspective that you may want to consider
All right,
waiting.
I'll go to Liz, and then we'll go to Dominic, and then hopefully we'll have a clearer picture of
Yep.
Right.
what we want to do, so.
Yeah, I mean, ordinarily, when we get a submittal, we try to go through and bring out as many pointers, what kind of information do we need to put together a nice full package so that when it does go out to the other agencies, they have enough information. So the focus, I'm not going to go into, individual comments, but under seeker and fully AF is a list of all the things that I think we really should have or have corrected in the EAF or have additional information such as the traffic impact study. Because it really was a substantial submittal, but there are a few key things that aren't really clear in terms of describing the proposed action fully. And so that's what all those comments are about. And so ordinarily what we do is we try to do a detailed memo in the beginning, have some offline consultation, and then a revised submittal comes back, and that usually gives us what we need to do circulation for lead agency on the second round. So I guess, so that was the approach here that we had in mind. And I guess if we had offline consultation, if the board authorized that, we could probably go over a bunch of these points and get them straightened out. And perhaps the the project team could come back next month with the submittal. We take a look and ready to go. So that was my thinking on that without going into detail.
Yeah, and I think that's something this board would consider so we'll get back to that.
Yes, but I defer to the board and to Dominic, so.
Appreciate it. Thank
That's
you.
my rationale on that.
Thank you. Dominic, any initial thoughts?
Yeah, the seeker regulations do say that when you have an action of this type, that you're supposed to, as soon as possible, circulate for lead agency when you have an EAF. So my suggestion to the board would be for the board to authorize Liz to work with Aaron and the applicant's consultants to see if any revisions to the EAF are necessary that could be made just for the purposes of circulating for lead agency. I don't think that there's anything that's not there that is going to change any agency's jurisdiction over the project, but I think it could, provide a more clear picture of things that, over the nature of the project. And then the board could also authorize that circulation. So it's subject to, revisions to the EAF satisfactory to Liz.
My thought is that would be something we would want to see first, but I'd like to just go through the board. I have some comments just on the submittal. In the interest of time, I want to go down the line and at least give board members an opportunity to provide any comments they have up to this point. And if anybody wants to provide input as to their thoughts about declaring or lead agency this evening, I'd like to hear those as well.
I would like to hear what you have.
Well, I think normally our practice is to wait till we have more information before we circulate. I know everybody wants to get us going to lead agency immediately, but I think this board's practice has been to wait till we have the information that we feel is necessary so that we can circulate for lead agency. So I wouldn't be inclined to go and do that today.
Jody and Fred?
I agree.
No comment.
Ravi?
No.
Bob and BJ?
I agree.
So I did have some comments, and I do want to put them out there. I know we're getting kind of toward the end of the meeting here, but the applicant did mention continued discussions with the public since the last meeting. What are those? Were you meeting with individual homeowners? Was there a meeting somewhere? How was that? I'd like to understand a little better how that discussion happened.
Sure. So we've been hosting neighborhood meetings at our staff offices, which are in the neighborhood. So we had one, I think, 2 weeks ago, and I presented the image that was in the letter submitted to the planning board with that was capturing basically our discussion, which was scaling back the parking area that's closest to their residences so that the view impacts and sort of quality of life things that were spoken of by one of the neighbors at the last meeting would be that would resolve a majority of the things that they were curious about and concerned about. So I think some of the others are stormwater, and that comes out in permitting. So we've been talking about when different information will be available through the environmental review process or what the SWIP does. But the parking footprint relative to their homes and the possible view shed impacts of that was one of the big centers of conversation with the neighbors. And so that was why we've made the suggestion of scaling that back in that portion of the site.
And how many folks were attending these meetings, just out of curiosity?
I mean, it's only a handful of neighbors in that zone, but we had all the ones to the south and a couple to the north.
So I did have a few other comments. I think some of these are probably elsewhere in the application as I was trying to review all the elements, but just questions I had about, hours of operation for the facility. There was also a question I had about shuttle buses to the site. How frequent would that be? How many, trips are there going to be on a weekday, on a weekend? And I think that kind of ties to some of the stuff that Liz was touching on in her memo. I also saw on the plan that there was a proposed sidewalk on the site that looked like it was leading toward 9D and potentially like connecting to something on the other side of 9D. I don't know. The sidewalk plan looked like it was...
We have thought of a trail connection across the street that would go down the hill. And so I think that's that, if you were to cross the street.
So there is a trail across the street right now?
Not now.
Okay.
No. So it would be connecting people who might be walking up that trail and crossing the street into the site
So
there.
potentially there would be a painted crosswalk there at some point. I didn't see one on the plan at this point, so that may require some DOT coordination. Okay.
And we have,
go ahead.
We have had a parking and shuttle study done, and we've been refining that with consultants. So in terms of the number of shuttles circulating and the lead times on those, we're actually in the process of selecting the vendor for that. So we'll have actual information sometime soon.
Okay. I did notice that the site plans and the utility plans didn't really show much of anything outside of the subject property line. So, of interest, you have your site septic, but, where are the adjacent property septics and wells in relation? Maybe I missed it. Just trying to understand the relation of the adjacent property features to this property. On the landscaping plan, there was a landscaping plan with, I believe, a schedule, but if I recall, the trees weren't exactly labeled as to which species would go where, so that's something that would be important for us to know in terms of what kind of screening we could expect at the beginning and later on. I think that's all I had at this point, and I think I agree with the board that we wouldn't be prepared to take any action this evening about lead agency. I think we'd like to see addressing some of the comments that are in CPL's memo, some of the ones brought by the board this evening, and I think what this board would entertain would be a motion for the applicant's team to communicate with CPL.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know that we need to add Dominic Cordisco at this time, so we can just...
If they have an attorney present, Dominic usually has to be present.
Yeah, so it's kind of head
You
to
might
head.
as well do it all.
Yeah, do it
So
all in case.
so I'll reword it. Is there a motion to allow the applicant's team to communicate with CPL and our planning board attorney, Dominic Cordisco, for Duchess Manor restoration and site redesign, 263 Route 9D and 14 Chorus Lane?
So moved.
Jody made the motion, Fred seconded. Any discussion?
Good.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And John is not here, so it's 6-0.
Thank you.
Any other?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask
discussion?
if we know where they are with that DEIS right now for the forage trail, for the state.
It's fully drafted
It's
in
fully drafted?
final kind of reading
Okay.
and editing kind of mode.
Oh, okay, so they've drafted it, but we're not in the public comment mode yet?
Correct, not yet.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to understand, Will, so there's a planning board meeting on the 10th. So is the goal by the 10th, at the meeting on the 10th, that you would consider circulating a notice of intent to be lead agency?
I think, if I may, what I was hearing from the board is there was an expectation that the applicant's going to resubmit in response to the outstanding CPL memo.
Through coordination with Liz.
Correct.
I mean, do you understand, I mean, this was a robust application, to resubmit this entire application, and which we will do, but I guess I'm just not understanding why that has to be done before the board can circulate notice of intent to be lead agency. There's a 30-day period once that notice is circulated, and during that 30-day period, we could be working to revise these plans and address all the comments. You would not declare lead agency until we have resubmitted, but to simply circulate a notice of intent, I'm not understanding why you're tying the two together.
The issue is, based on the review and the comments that remain, what I'm looking to do for the board is to have a package put together that is going to give the involved agencies more information that they will need to really look at the application. There are just, it was a robust application, but there are a lot of things that are missing, and that's why we tried to be really specific about what needs to be provided. It's also the board's practice that ordinarily the first submittal we go through, try to do a good review, the board gives us feedback on that, and then the applicant goes back and looks at those comments, comes back with another submittal, and then typically we're able to circulate for lead.
I think you said it better than I would. I would
Okay.
say more for completeness, and
Right. Well,
that's not to say what was provided was not robust. I
Right.
think there was a lot of thought put into it, and
Right.
that is something this board appreciates for sure. So,
But yeah, there is there are completeness issues, but, so I was just trying to point out, what do we need? And then, I don't know if I'm making it worse or better, but the idea here is so that the board has a package that they feel confident that they send it out to the involved and interested agencies, and they have the information they need to give us some good feedback. So that's the goal.
yeah, I would say that's, like I said, a better explanation than I can give, so.
Okay. And you have the offline consultation, so we'll,
Yeah, I just,
if the board is authorizing that.
You could have it.
with regard to the traffic study comment in particular, I mean, we did have a narrative in there our traffic engineers put together with some assumptions they have based on what their knowledge of the area, their data that they have about peak hour trips, and the comment memo didn't really give us much on that. It just said we need a traffic impact study. So I was just wondering if, in this consultation, if we could get some direction as to exactly what
Okay.
they're looking for on
I
that.
could have our traffic
And
consultant
the
get on.
likelihood of it being completed in 2 weeks for a submission for October is low.
And I have to say, I don't think that a completed traffic study needs to be included as part of a circulation for
That was
lead
my
agency.
question.
Right.
So.
Because honestly, I mean, DOT is the real agency, the one that is most interested, I'm assuming, because they're involved for permit. And when they do the permitting, they usually require additional study anyway. So I think they
Right.
would agree that one's
But
needed in some
nonetheless,
way.
but in all fairness, you're asking this board to be lead agency to review the environmental impacts, which would include traffic impacts for the
No, that's
project.
correct. It's just
So,
making sure that we could still,
Yeah.
the notice of intent can go out while we're working on that.
that would be my recommendation, certainly.
That's fine.
Yeah, I just want to be very clear, we are not objecting to providing this additional information. It's the tying of circulation of notice of intent to all this information that I wanted to have a discussion about. 'Cause, 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 'cause,
Absolutely, yeah.
That's good.
I think we're all set for this evening on our end. Unless there's any other questions from the applicant team, we'd be happy to answer them.
Do you?
I would add real quick that, the edits for the part one, we took a look at those, and I think, they don't seem insurmountable for the next submission. We should be able to do that, no problem.
Good.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Well, thank you again. They
Thank
were
you.
very thoughtful comments, so,
Thank you.
and extensive.
Yeah, and thank you for your patience this evening as well. Thank you. All right, Debbie, I think we can, John's still out there? If he hasn't.
Yes, sir.
Maybe it's someone else out.
It's easier.
Sorry, you're not
I don't either. Great. I thought it was odd as well that it was on here.
You know how to reach me. You know how to reach me.
So while John settles back in, our final item on the agenda is the Town of Fishkill Zoning Board of Appeals application referral for ZBA application ZB 24-003, timely signs for Heritage Financial Credit Union, 1476 Route 9D, commercial area variance. Board to review and provide comments to the ZBA.
Actually, I
Read the rest
have,
of it if you'd like, but
I have some handouts here I wanted to, actually, Debbie, could you help with these? Yeah, again.
But you sent to me?
This is what I sent.
I did actually email it to everybody.
Yeah, I sent it, actually, I sent it to the board, but it came quite late, so I don't expect that everybody will have had a chance to look at it too closely, but,
Now?
let's see, I've got my copies of it here. Yeah, I don't need it.
Hey, John, would you like us to stick around for this?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
Unless you feel like you need to.
Me
but-
too?
No, I don't.
Me too,
think-
I get to bounce? Yeah.
Can I go home now, Dad?
I think the board can give Dominic, John, and Liz permission to.
Much
Or
appreciated.
go to the bar or wherever you're gonna go.
It's almost like it's Christmas.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Yes. They have it in.
I was wondering if Liz had any chocolate.
I have early morning, so
Because it's against zoning as it exists.
How could it be against zoning?
So while Debbie is handing the rest of those out, the ZBA referred this application to the planning board, so I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. I think it's pretty self-explanatory what the sign proposal is.
But what about, you mean an electronic sign like that posts?
Are you two having a discussion down there? We're trying to actually have the meeting start again. So this, yes, is a digital sign, an electronic sign, or there are quite a few names for it.
I feel bad for them having to be last
Guys.
at this meeting.
Thank you. So what I tried to do in this draft suggested letter is sort of outline some observations that I had in looking at the sign and the sign code, the sign regulations in the town's code. So hopefully everyone's had a chance to kind of scan through the letter, and there's this attachment called Shedding Light on Digital Signs by the Dutchess County Planning Federation, which is pretty good in addressing some of the issues associated with these LED, or as the monument sign in the proposed application is called, it's a full-color LED digital reader board. but LED sign or a
Good night.
digital sign is a good,
Good
a good short term for it. So this, what I'm suggesting we highlight to the ZBA are, okay, so first, obviously, what they're looking at, what the application is entirely about, is the proposed height exceeding the permitted height by about 14%, 1 foot 2 inches. What the application does not get into is there's a possibility that the sign is also exceeding the area requirement in the town's code. So that's what this paragraph number 3 is about. So the proposed double-sided sign appears to be about 28.2 square feet per side, for a total of 57.6 square feet with the total of both sides. That appears to exceed the maximum permitted area for a monument sign in the GB district, which allows not larger than 32 square feet or 16 square feet per side for a single establishment. So that's one thing that wasn't in the application that the ZBA probably will want to consider and discuss whether that is applicable. Number 2, the sign regulations require that the sign shall be a minimum of 15 feet from the edge of the road. The problem is the proposed sign isn't shown on the site plan that was submitted to the ZBA. And I talked to Debbie about the site plan for this because it was a while back, 2007.
Rhinebeck Savings Bank, that's correct.
Yeah.
But just a question, but didn't they say that the electronic sign is going to replace the existing?
It's going to replace the existing sign, but it's not clear exactly where the existing sign is located because it's not shown on the site plan either. So what I'm suggesting to the ZBA would be saying it's difficult to determine whether the proposed sign meets that minimum setback requirement, so the ZBA may want to request additional details from the applicant to ensure that the sign is properly set back from the road. Pretty simple, but, you know, I'm not so sure what all the discussions at the zoning board will be, given that there was only one thing that they were asked to look at. So I'm just making some suggestions here. But then the rest of it gets into what I think is a pretty big deal, whether the town currently allows LED signs or not. So my treatise on this is that, so I'll read some of this. LED signs, also known as digital signs or electronic message signs, are not specifically listed as permitted in the Town of Fishkill sign regulations with the appropriate references to the code sections. One section in the prohibited signs section states that all signs not specifically permitted are prohibited, which is the same with all uses in the code. If they're not listed, except for possibly a storage facility. But that's another story. So among a list of examples, though, of specific prohibited signs is number 5 under that section, 150-43D, signs with flashing, blinking, intermittent, or moving lights, or, and I think this is key, any artificial light which is not maintained stationary and constant in intensity or color at all times when in use, except for signs displaying time and or temperature. Well, these LED signs usually go a lot beyond time and temperature. They usually have all kinds of stuff, and they can have advertisements, they can have cartoons, they can have virtually anything in it. So what this, I'm forwarding this, I would forward this Dutchess County Planning Federation e-newsletter article, because it really is pretty good at highlighting a lot of the issues that come out with these LED type signs. So what I'm saying in the letter would be the ZBA may want to compare the description and illustration of the proposed monument sign with the requirements in section 15043 Town Code, and make a determination as to whether the proposed sign with LED digital reader board is a permitted or prohibited sign.
But this clause seems to be effectively prohibiting it.
Well, it seems, you know, that's going to be something I think the ZBA will have to discuss and determine. I'm simply, I think as the planning board, we simply want to point out that it's not as straightforward as it may seem.
I will let you all know that they have not had a public hearing on this yet. It hasn't been scheduled.
So, and then I'll go on to say, talking about the e-news article, a helpful resource for municipal boards in reviewing digital signs is the attached Planning Federation newsletter article, Shedding Light on Digital Signs. That article discusses a number of issues associated with digital signs, including potential for driver distraction and the visual impact of brightly lit signs in our communities. Associated concerns include safety, energy consumption, light pollution, brightness and legibility, and community character. And I thought it would also be relevant to mention that the recently enacted comprehensive plan update, supposed to say 2023.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Identifies this area along Route 90 as a gateway area of the town in which design aspects of proposals reviewed by town board should be a particularly important element. So if the ZBA decides to approve the proposed sign, the Dutchess County Planning Federation article may provide some useful guidelines for the ZBA to consider. So it's really, you know, there are a lot of questions that popped into my head while I was looking at this, and it didn't take much to really figure out that there might be more to it than what is in the ZBA application.
Well, my question is, why do they need the relief? You know, so they could put up an LED sign? It's almost like the applicant just decided they're going to put up whatever sign they want. Oh, it's more than what's allowed, well, we'll just go in for a variance. What's the need? There's a Rhinebeck Savings Bank sign that's visible from the road. Why do they need, what relief are they seeking? It seems like they just want to put what they want and everybody else be damned.
Well, the relief they're seeking...
You're telling me there was shrubbery or something that prevented their business from
there's
being
one
seen.
thing, there's, just not to interrupt, but there's one thing and one thing only that they're asking relief for, and that's the height. That's the height of the sign.
Right, the height.
Because they want to put what they want to put an LED, just make it, I don't understand, there has to be a reason for the relief. They're just asking for relief because they want to make a...
Advertising.
Yeah,
No, I'm just saying, I mean, I don't know what how the ZBA handle, I look at this and I go, well, what are they seeking relief for something that is adversely affecting them? No, they just want to put a higher up sign because it's cool and it's got LED and it's for business.
Yeah, I think...
Their sign is visible.
Well,
Anthony's really going
should not
off
be
on
just
it.
a turnstile
You
here.
guys are forgetting also that right down the road, they sponsor the Renegade Stadium. And I think they probably want to put messages about the game in the stadium. I'm putting two to two together. I mean,
Well,
that's probably...
Which is kind of ridiculous when you think about it, because the stadium sign is right down the road, so why can't people look at it when they get to the stadium?
But is that a need? The sign only needs to say Heritage Financial Bank so that they can tell people who are driving by that this is their business. It doesn't need to be higher than 6 feet.
So that's
the
thing, is that they want this particular sign, so why they want it and what their need is something the ZBA should probably have to discuss. But the reason they want the 1 foot 2 inch variance of relief is because that's the sign they want to put up and that's how high it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Good answer.
I'm sorry, that's not...
No,
it's not a reason.
It's not a reason, and we can't answer it.
I think it's nonsense.
But they also said what they wanted to
But
do
it's
was say
at
auto
the zoning
loans.
board, so we have no power over that.
They
They
want
wanted
business.
to put a message on there of something that they're specializing. It didn't say they want to change it over, but they want to put auto loans, or home loans, or come in, we have a CD with CD at X amount.
Or,
And that's what they
or
want.
we're having a lunch party in here on Tuesday, you're welcome
Here's
to
the
come
problem.
in,
Stops
or,
Rhinebeck from
whatever
saying
it
now they
might
want a
be.
sign.
These LED
What
signs
stops
can have
Rhinebeck from
virtually
wanting
any
a
kind of
sign?
message you want.
Yeah.
They are Rhinebeck now, there is no Rhinebeck.
Oh, that's right, that's right, that's right.
But, so the point is,
That's right.
number one,
That's
are
right.
LED
Sorry.
signs even
Ah.
allowed in the town?
No.
And the ZBA, I think, needs to answer that question. So that's sort of the key thing that I had in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think your memo's good, but the ZBA asked for our opinion, I gave my opinion, so.
Well, so do you think, so,
Well, there it is, it's 11 o'clock, that's what you get.
and as Jody was telling us earlier at the New York Planning Federation session that you attended, there was a very sharp attorney who was saying planning board meetings and ZBA meetings probably shouldn't even go past 10 o'clock because the board members can't really think properly after that.
That's what he said. He said, yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, I object to that statement. I think we're doing fine
Yes, I-
at this late hour.
Okay.
However, I tried to focus the letter on what I think the zoning board can actually focus on. I'm not even sure for area variances they can
But
even
what happens
ask
is
about need.
will become Times Square.
Maybe they can, I don't know, but that's kind of part of the criteria that they have to look at.
Right.
But before they get to the criteria for that requested relief, I think the ZBA needs to look at these issues that I'm bringing up in the letter. So what do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, this clause specifically seems to rule out the electronic signs.
It seemed fairly straightforward to me, but
Yeah, I know.
but the ZBA does, if there's a question, and if the question wasn't raised when the application was submitted to the ZBA from the building department, and if the building inspector didn't point out these other things, then the ZBA really should discuss them on their own and make determinations on them, in my opinion. So if that sounds okay.
Sounds good.
I'll work with Debbie very quickly
Yes.
on getting this
You
formatted.
authorize the chairman to sign the letter to the ZBA.
Yes.
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 You're much more polite letter than what I have.
Yeah, we're dealing with the ZBA, which we're enjoying working with
Yes.
on a number of the applications that go from us to them and then back to us. And I think it's good that we're working on a good relationship with the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Yes, we are.
Does that sound like good wording, Debbie?
Sounds good, yes.
Note to self, after 11 o'clock, Anthony's personality goes
Change it, yeah.
Yeah, it goes to the dark side.
Patience.
Are you going to be there next week, Anthony?
No,
I will.
no, they don't pay me enough to go to meetings a
And
month.
Felix might, right?
Yeah, I might.
Go where?
To the ZBA.
ZBA meeting.
I might even go, I don't know.
You should.
Why are we going to ZBA meeting?
Because
No,
we
he's
love
just
it, Jody, we love it, okay?
I watch it on TV.
No, there's something else going
I
on.
was instigating
What's
for
going
Anthony.
on?
We should adjourn
Well,
before I
yeah,
say
let's
something.
There are other applications the ZBA is considering which the planning board has been involved in, so
Okay.
that's why some of us might be interested in it.
I'll go. I love Ron
Like
Davis.
Basis Industrial, for instance.
Yes, that's a big one.
Are we done, so?
Yes, we are.
We're okay to send the letter?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Do you need a motion to do it?
Well,
I made it. I made the motion.
I put together sort of
Pretty soon, I'm up 20 hours.
an informal motion, if you want. Where did I put that? Here it is.
Yes.
Yes.
So, is there a motion to send the draft letter to the ZBA that I put together?
Yes.
Yes.
Somebody
So
second,
moved.
please.
So Felix moved it, or seconded it?
Bob seconded.
Bob seconded it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say
Yes.
aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All set.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Accepted,
Fred moves,
and we all accept.
Felix and all the rest of us accept.
Fred, I need to-
7-0.
Yes.
I know, I have to ask. guys.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you. You're still not right.
Take a deep breath.